Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Path of Exile 2, and last time we made a decent bit of progress in Act 2, but we are still looking to finish up. We're very close, I think, to the final boss of this act. I got just one level in between streams, and it wasn't a very notable one, just got a little bit of extra intelligence, so nothing really of note there. I think the next big things, though, are, of course, making our way toward and then defeating that final boss, although there are actually one or two other things as well. The other big thing is that we still have yet to go to the trial of the Sehkemas. And technically speaking, the earlier we do that, the more we would benefit from it, or the earlier we would benefit from it, because it's going to be pretty helpful for us. I somewhat deliberately delayed a little bit there just because it'll make it a little bit easier for us, but it's going to be mechanically a different type of encounter from anything that we've seen before. So that does raise some questions as for whether I'm capable enough to make it happen. But let's just double check. So the next area, if we were to proceed toward the boss, would be level 29, and then we think that it wouldn't be until we actually get into this next zone that we would encounter the boss, so up to level 30 in that case. But the trial of the Sehkemas is over here. That's down at level 22, and then it seemed like we got what is functionally a second attempt at the trial of Sehkemas, though in this case it would up the area level to 28. So I guess that 22 is not necessarily set in stone. That's just a one-time sort of thing. What's up, Chair? How's it going? So yeah, I mean, technically speaking, it would be optimal in a way to do that trial of the Sehkemas before we take on the next big boss. It's not like we're about to level up or as if we have humongous gear upgrades that we are about to make. There are still some things that are lagging behind a bit, or at least things that we haven't upgraded in quite a while, but in some cases, like with our shield, it's just because we rolled a really good shield wand, we rolled a really good wand early on, and so it's been hard to replace those. In other cases, yeah, it's been more a matter of challenges to craft the right base items, and that's why we haven't been able to replace things. But I don't think we have anything sitting in the shop that is just inviting itself as our next upgrade.
I hear my
Quick double
words
check
are
here, but
renowned.
yeah, those are also quarterstaffs. Okay. Like our chest plate. The thing with being an energy shield based character is, since a lot of our defenses are coming from our energy shield, and that is coming almost entirely from our armor and just getting a tiny little bit of flat energy shield from the tree, we are very much depending on pretty frequent armor upgrades. Otherwise, you know, we just aren't going to keep pace with our effective health pool relative to the amount of damage we're receiving. So, want to be conscious of that. It hasn't been a humongous issue yet, but we potentially have gotten away with it a little bit in some other encounters, most notably the Colossus fight, because that energy shield recharge is proving to be pretty effective. Leveling a bit before trying the boss we are getting to soon. Ooh, exciting. Okay. So this is a little tempting, just getting the flat life, even if reduced charm charges used is not as intriguing to me as increased life recovery from flasks is. I think we'll probably still stick with what we have.
Goodbye.
It would also help if we knew definitively what type of elemental damage this upcoming boss is going to deal, assuming that it is a repeat and stronger version of the boss that we fought previously. Then I think it was mostly lightning damage, and we're doing okay on the lightning resistance front. 48 is pretty solid at this stage, I would think. Obviously, if we could get a little more than that, that'd be even better, but hard to know how aggressively we should prioritize that when we don't know for absolute certain if that is the elements that is the most relevant for this upcoming encounter. But I think that might all be an aside if we are going to go to the trials, the Sehkemas now, which perhaps we've stalled long enough. We really ought to do it. And technically, we do have a plan B if our first attempt goes awry. Whistles innocently. Like, level 22 at this point, we're level 31, I think, so it is several levels below us, but it's not all about the level of the zone here, as I think we may be about to see. But let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Perhaps I'll be a little more upfront about what I am expecting from this encounter. It's very dark out there. Wow. I assume we walk up and it's pretty much ready to go immediately. It's not like we have to fight our way
The
through
winter Sehkemas
an area.
challenge. I am right where I deserve to be.
But maybe not. Very dramatic. Get the waypoint. Did it at 29 and didn't even notice that until you were in the trial? Let's see. Place our offering basically in the relic altar. We do have access to our stash here. So basically, if we want to make equipment changes, this is kind of our last chance to do it. Because we're about to go on a bit of a journey, the likes of which we have not yet experienced. But we could also throw on some armor scraps, which we've actually started to accumulate more than I'd realized. That could buff up our energy shield or even evasion a little bit further if that continues to be something we're concerned about. It's just that, again, I don't really want to invest really heavily in gear that we might be right around the corner from replacing. So, I mean, maybe we throw it on you for some of these quality increasers. So, here's the other thing. Subtle little thing, but technically when it comes to increasing the quality of an item with armor scraps, arcanist etchers, or blacksmith's whetstones, it can quality an item up to 20%, that's the cap. However, the amount that it gives per use changes. If you are trying to quality up an unrolled, a common white item with no mods on it at all, you'll get 5% quality per use. Might be 4% quality per use on a blue item, and then in this case, with it being a yellow item, it's only 3% quality per use. So what that means is that technically speaking, it is the most resource efficient to quality up an item and then roll whatever stats you're trying to get on it. Obviously, we already have this item that we like, and so we would like to work from what we already have here. The risk, of course, of qualitying something up before you know what the rolls are is you might spend all those armor scraps only to find that the item does not even roll well, and it becomes a bit of a waste. Well, I mean, the thing is, I've done a fair bit of just rerunning zones that I've already been in before, and it's not good for experience doing that. You do get an experience penalty if you run in zones that are levels lower than your character level, but does still drop some items and some currency, so probably this currency is where we are the furthest along. That being said, still not thrilled about blowing all of it right here on a not great chest plate when we might be about to replace it soon. Also, I didn't catch exactly how much energy shield we had before I started qualitying this up. I think it might have been 377. No, we're getting like 2 energy shield per use here. Okay, so it did give us some additional energy shield. It's something. It's not like it's dramatic. If you do that to all of your gear, then of course it helps. Okay, I was also going to say, I technically did not know which one it was going to use, because I did not specify, I just clicked the button. Okay. So, I believe we've now functionally committed. This is Balbala the Advisor. Now, this, I believe, is the ghost that we fought a little while back as a mini-boss in... Was it the Trader's Passage, I think? But now she's back.
We have met in battle,
Yes.
but not in peace. I am Balbala, once a traitor, long a sorrowed prisoner. As Jinn here, I shall serve as your guide. Together, we shall prove ourselves worthy.
Okay, let's see. So what is this? Steadfast Urn Relic of Stoutness. Hits against you have a 13% reduced critical damage bonus, and we get more life. Oh. It's all positive stuff? I kind of expected to see negative stuff,
Goodbye.
but I guess we'll take it. So, you can get a little bit of a preview of what we are going to get out of this upcoming challenge run of sorts. Ascendancy class, you see written there, and we've talked about it, or at least alluded to it several times before, but it's a big deal. And that is why it is important. We get this done
Perhaps here,
fairly
Balbala,
soon.
we can both be redeemed.
And this is a new type of test for us. Test of strength, apparently.
My time has come.
Okay. See, we have honor down here. Honor is an additional resource you have to manage within the trial of the Sehkemas. A percentage of the damage you take from enemies in the trial will be taken from your honor. If your honor reaches 0, then the trial is failed. So that's why there are some additional stakes here. It is possible to just outright fail this. Let's see, Death Crystal. Find and disable all the crystals. Any crystals still active when the timer expires will damage you. So it seems like this is a speed run. Maybe it's worth putting this map up so we can see around the... Can we get a preview? You see how when I hover over this, we get this little, almost stick-like figure slightly to the right on our map overlay, which makes me wonder if that's an indicator of where the first one of these crystals is going to be. So we would want as much movement speed as we can possibly get. We get 13% here, which is nice, but it's not perfect, of course. Here goes nothing. Okay, it does point us in the right direction. I imagine there will be enemies along the way as well. There certainly will be. Okay, that also gives us more time. Do this over here. I'm kind of deliberately not attacking any enemies at all, to be honest with you, but that is a risk that we'll take a bunch of damage from that. How do we get over here? Oh. I'm not gonna bother clicking on many, if any, of the chests. I'm gonna try to play this very safely. We might be buying ourselves so much time by clicking on all of these that we're gonna be doing just fine. I also missed what direction it was pointing us in. Apparently this one works, though. Trial complete. Is this a safe area, or can those guys come in here? They absolutely can come in here.
Now don't move!
And apparently I got hit once. So you see possibly twice. You see our armor, our honor is not maxed out anymore. I mean, it is a low enough level zone that you would think... Let's see, we can restore some honor by clicking on this. Interact to select a trial. Okay, so we do this first, I guess. Not enough sacred water. Okay, it might be that by interacting with some of the chests or defeating some enemies, we would have gotten another resource of sorts. Well, let's see. So, this is the final destination we're trying to get to. What's up, iRotor? How's it going? And in order to get there, we have several routes that we can take, and each one might have slightly different stuff in it. So let's see. Gauntlet Trial Awards a bronze key. Afflicts you with tattered blindfold on entry. 90% reduced light radius. Minimap is hidden. Don't like that. Ritual trial. Awards a sacred water fountain. That is apparently why we weren't allowed to use this before. Chalice trial. Awards a large sacred water fountain. Presumably large is better, but presumably a chalice trial is more difficult than a ritual trial. Don't really know. Don't have any experience with these things. So, did we go big? I guess we'll go big. We just to confirm, we definitely cannot use this. Okay. This, I'm assuming, is sacred water. These are the key counts, but we can't see how we get them. It doesn't give us a hint by hovering over. I mean, again, I fought basically nothing in that previous zone. I just ran. Defeat all rare monsters in the area to fill the chalice. Okay. So this is where, like, the previous one was just about primarily movement speed, so our power didn't matter too much in that. Probably could have gone a little more slowly and fought more enemies to clear out more space safely and not get hit at all in that case. This one, though, in direct combat, obviously, it is going to be more important, just how strong we are. You are not a rare. Okay, you are also not a rare. The tricky thing is that even if the damage we take is not that big from enemies, the primary thing that matters is just getting hit. So our life is actually not that important. Our damage is. Our damage kind of dictates how quickly we can take enemies out and how likely we are to take damage from them before they're defeated. Looks like a little hint that that was gonna land right in front of us. So I deliberately was very cautious with my approach on that one. That gave us some sacred water. Oh, you're different. I feel like in general, ranged enemies are gonna be harder to avoid taking damage from. That hit me? No, technically not. That's a fire resistant, because if so, that's not really good news. So, I'm going to take this really slowly and carefully. That's also a rare? 2 rares, you say? Technically did not count as hitting us. At least it did not reduce our armor. Which somewhat surprised me. Shield, which is annoying. What makes it hit me? No, apparently not. It does make it harder to just slowly whittle away. And of course, still go this through dark for range purposes. Attack is basically spectral throw that explodes. I'm realizing. Come on. Oh, okay, well, we'll take the Exalted Orb as well while we're at it. Ooh, a relic. Okay, this is new. Yeah, so we're kind of just figuring this out, taking it slow. I wrote you're farming a bit as well at the moment. Just want to get Sunder before going to the end boss. Want your instant mana leech after getting Mind Over Matter. Ooh, very nice. Okay, so we know there's another rare over here. Not sure what gave us Sacred Water there. surely he can't hit us from that range, right? You see the little swirls on the ground for where those projectiles are going to fall? So that's the hint. Ooh, don't like that. There it is. Make it a little bit easier to see. Ooh! Didn't expect that. And so our honor persists from one room and one floor to the next, which is another reason why I'm being extremely cautious. Because I don't know to what extent mistakes in this floor could add up.
Your death comes.
Make things very tricky in subsequent floors. Theoretically, that could be the case. We'd like to give ourselves at least some wiggle room. Okay, but it seems like this was a pretty small floor and actually pretty straightforward in the grand scheme of things. Okay, you can sort of see the sacred water on the ground. Not admittedly, deliberately going here to see if there are more enemies we can engage with, to see if there are any bonuses we might be able to pick up, but now we see the chalice is full. That means we can move on. So, grants a large amount of sacred... Wait. Grand sacred water fountain. Grants large amount of sacred water.
An oasis in the desert.
Okay. So this is some sort of currency that apparently we'll be able to use at some points in time. We saw we had the honor restoration option previously, but there might be other things we can do with it later on. As for where we go next, so we did this. Get a bronze key, which presumably means we can get better rewards at the end. Large sacred water fountain afflicts you with worn sandals. I read that as worm sandals at first. Reduce movement speed. Hourglass trial also sounds like it has something to do with timing and speed. So I feel like being slow in a speed trial is not good. Hourglass trial here as well. Towards normal size sacred water fountain afflicts you with hungry fangs on entry. Removes 5% of your life, mana, and energy shield on hits. So it's reduced honor restored. Afflicts you with... Okay. Might be leaning this way. And especially if we play really defensively, that's not likely to be much of an issue. But we will see. I expected you to come to life. Oh, okay. It doesn't start until we initiate that, apparently. Survive waves of monsters until the timer expires. Killing rare monsters reduces the timer. Okay. Okay. I see. So they're gonna swarm us, which might make it so that it's still kind of hard to avoid taking hits. Let's see. Excuse me, sir. Here goes nothing. See the hourglass? It does tell us how much time is left. That is helpful. So is it only killing the rares that makes the timer go faster? Remember, even the little guys still remove 5% of our stuffs. Technically, even the little guys are dangerous. Did get hit by something. some ways, the little guys are even more scary. It's much easier for them to sneak up on you.
Close.
We got hit once or twice. A little bit of sacred water. Yeah, so it also seems like the more enemies you kill, the more sacred water is going to drop. So that kind of incentivizes you to actually fight them and not just dodge and run away for the entire duration. Okay. Ran sacred water. A little bit more there.
Mortality.
Okay. Let's see now. Ritual Trial rewards a sacred water fountain. Chalice Trial also rewards a sacred water fountain. Rewards a gold key if we go for the Gauntlet Trial. You can also see, once we start going down some of the sides, it restricts some of the subsequent rooms we go to, so we can't see this stuff up here. So if we want to plan longer term, that is potentially a thing. Maybe the edges, since that kind of restricts your options going forward, that might not be a coincidence that that's where we see gold keys. Lord's Shrine that restores honor and grants you a boon. That's kind of cool. You can only go there if we get the Gauntlet Trial. Don't know how difficult that is. I don't really know what any of these words mean. So, I mean, we have accumulated some... Let's see. Right, that's a relic effect that we got. We have accumulated some of the sacred water. I don't know how significant 512 is. It's probably not that much, but we haven't spent any yet. So maybe that means we can be a little more aggressive. So enemies that are hard to dodge are the ones that I don't like, obviously. Whoa, oh. Oh. I see. So this is new. Now I understand. These are traps. Not enemies, we can't defeat them, although there are enemies here, and one of them did hit me. You're even injured. Which means they're rare here somewhere. Okay. Oh. Please go away now. Okay. So this will deal damage to us if we get hit, and you're still alive. It'll deal damage to us, and it will also reduce our honor, I believe. What? Oh, there's another dude. You're the rare. Okay. Don't like you at all. Especially if you force me to walk into some of the traps, and I really don't like you in that case.
Wild beast. Out of
Yep.
mana.
I do hate you now, officially. Please go away now. You're still alive.
Die, forgotten.
Okay, so make no mistake, we did waste some honor there, but kind of accepted that we were going to end up going to a more difficult room when we chose to do this, or at least we anticipated that might have been the case. Okay, so this is a fire-like trap that seems to spin in a circle, so you have to kind of spin around with it. As for how we get out of there, that's a different question. But we'll see. Oh. We got some gold, sure, but this isn't exactly what I had in mind. How do we get out of here? There's another one! I almost walked straight into that. We're actually faster than the fire. Okay, there are more enemies here and more traps here as well. The lever, whatever that means. What? Excuse me? Sacred water. Created a stone wall. I assume we want to pull this lever. Oh, it probably opens some doors that were previously closed, I bet. Sign of anything good over there? Who knows? I don't know what the correct way out is. Traps here, but now is this door open? No, it isn't. This is, though. Come on. Ooh, okay, you just gotta go the full way. Big spider dude and other spider friends go along with them. Don't step into that. So this is why you can see part of this. Yes, you can benefit from being a higher level, being able to take out the enemies more quickly, and to a certain extent having more health helps as well, but some of it is also just purely mechanical. That is open. Green door, whatever that means. Okay, levers might be color-coded. This is a green lever. And it closes, or it only affects the green doors. I don't think that hit me. Did that just take us in a circle? It might have. I think it did. However, it may also have opened up things elsewhere that were previously closed, and so now, by doubling back, we can actually benefit from that. Yeah. Ooh, this I don't think was open before. Ah, bad getting hit there. I think there was technically both a blue and a green door based on the colors, so we might have been able to go through this previously. It is hard to tell sometimes when some of the enemies are alive or dead. Oh, okay. Especially when sometimes some of them are roughly the same size as our Kiwis. It makes you think, oh no, don't worry about that. Those are just our pets. And then, no, that actually is a spider that is coming over here. And even if it doesn't deal much damage, it is going to poke us and reduce our honor a little bit. Okay, we got a gold key. So now we can do this. Escape trial, have we seen it? Okay. So escape trial was the one where we run around and press the stones. Theoretically, we've seen that. It's a shrine that restores honor and grants a boon. Large sacred water fountain. Sacred water fountain hourglass trial was the one where you fight enemies for the duration. Okay. I think we can do this. It's the interesting one that we wanted to check out. And yes. Is as we suspected. Okay. Let's do it. I also did... Okay, I went in the wrong direction immediately. Wonderful.
That scum.
Come on. Show me this guy. And it directed me this way. Oops. Once we get a few, we build up more wiggle room, it seems like. Might have hit me. I also missed where this was pointing us. I hope it was in this direction. There was a lot of projectiles that I kind of just had to run straight into. One death crystal remaining. Oh, here it is.
In
really want to, we can tempt fate a little bit, of course, and continue to fight people and see if they happen to drop more of the sacred water, or whatever it's called. Now that we are no longer on the time pressure. Obviously, we run the risk of losing honor. Oh, is that persistent? That curse? Okay. It looks like it might be. I thought it would tell us if that were the case, but it may just be always true. Restore honor for just 5 of the sacred water? I mean, that's nothing. And we also restore 33 of our armor whenever we say again. I hope it shows us here. Here it does. Restore 33 of your armor when you venerate a Marikath shrine. Okay. I'll just pretend that I know what that means. That was the buff we got from going this route. No choice but to go to the sacred water fountain here. I don't know if at the very end we'll have something that cashes in all of our remaining sacred water, because I kind of assumed that we'd have more ways to buy things with our sacred water along the way. So ritual trial, which we have not yet seen. Does that mean ritual like Ritual League? It might. There are enemies here. Summoner.
Fall before me.
As you are a summoner, I imagine you may very well bring back a whole bunch of these guys. Okay, that destroyed that. Those are basically portals that, yeah, continuously summon out enemies. And they'll do that until we get rid of the summoner on either side. Okay.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Okay. It's a little different. But straightforward enough. At least, on that occasion, obviously being a higher level is strictly an improvement, or makes it easier. Okay. Get some sacred water from this.
Oasis in the desert.
Already more than we had... I think that was more than we spent in the previous zone. Okay, but now the penultimate room. Hourglass Trial. So this is the one where we survive for the duration. Towards your shrine restores honor. Afflicts you with weakened flesh, which gives us less maximum honor. Where we go here. Contains a merchant, which I imagine would be the place where we would cash in most of our sacred water. Again, I don't know to what extent it's worth holding on to some. Right, we need to make it to the end to find out how these things work. Afflicts you with fiendish wings on entry. Monsters' action speed cannot be slowed below base speed. Does that include if we freeze? Monsters have 25% increased attack, cast, and movement speed. I don't like that. Especially for... I mean, at this point, we're getting far enough along that we have a better sense for how much honor we have and how close we are to actually running out. We have taken a few hits, but it's not critically low at this point. The last room contains what looks to be the boss, and I imagine we will get hit by the boss at least a little bit. So we probably, especially if it's going to be a long boss fight, so I want to make sure we have a fair bit of honor stockpiled up for that, so we aren't in a very tricky situation. So even if this gives us less honor, I feel like giving, especially if this buff is permanent, giving the boss 25% better attack, cast, and movement speed is probably going to cost us more than 25% of our maximum honor. I think we do this. It also gives us the option to restore honor at the end, which can We'll lose out on some max honor, yes, but we'll restore some of the honor that we lost along the way. And it was an hourglass trial, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. I assume this entire zone has been the same level. I didn't see if the enemy level has gone up the further we've gone in. I don't know if that's a thing at all. The chance it is. Is that the actual enemy itself? Those guys are kind of nasty with how much stuff they can hit. Sneaky dude. You hit me? Don't think we want to be standing next to that. There we go. Okay. Actually,
It's close.
kind of hard to tell how much damage we took from that, because not only did it reduce our maximum honor, I think it proportionally reduced how much honor we had along with it. So I'm actually not sure how much of this came from us getting hit in this zone versus carryover from previous zones. I feel like it might have been more so the latter. We spend just a little bit to restore just about all of our honor. All of our honor, actually. So that's why I feel like that was probably still better than the other alternative room was. And then I think this is basically just the boss. So we have 750 to work with. Didn't notice exactly how much we lost per hit. Probably could have gotten a better sense previously when we'd only been hit once or twice. It's not like you lose 100, well, lose like maybe 50 per hit, something like that. It might vary depending on what you get hit by or how much damage the thing hits you with. In which case the boss might reduce your honor more quickly, but only one way to find out. Only one way to go, so to the boss we go. I assume it's basically just a straight boss fight. Very well made ads, but
is formidable. Steel yourself.
okay. Mentally prepare. Let's do it. Clearly the boss arena, yep.
I challenge you.
Yeah, he's pretty big. That did hit me. For what it's worth, that is an absolutely humongous area of effect in that case. Problem is that our Incinerate, our primary source of damage, has a very small area of effect. Even if his melee skills are not as powerful as his range skills, we don't care about how much damage we take, we care about how much honor we lose. Primarily, at least. That hit me. I'm not loving the start we are off to here. We actually can do a lot of damage to him when we Incinerate, which shouldn't come as that much of a surprise given how we are pretty high level for this zone, but still. Losing honor faster than I thought we would as well. I couldn't dodge out of that? Body blocked me out of it? True? That's been hurt. Or not. Dodge the other way. Oh, it can curve. That's kind of devious, and also it is rather difficult to get out of this zone unscathed. I also don't know to what extent he's going to get fancier schmancier as time goes on. His health gets lower. That did, though. That's the one that's like impossible to dodge. Seems like he does that at half health, or rather at full health at the very beginning. That's how he hit us. And he did it at a third health. Probably do it when he's, or once he's lost a third health. Probably do it once he's lost 2/3 as well. Lost track a little bit where I was there. That definitely hit me. Yep. Oh, okay, it's this move again. I mean, you get the little tell when either our character or the witch lady who's helping us says, "It burns!" We've used half of our honor, and he's at just about half health. So that's, you know, I should tell you, give you a pretty good sense for how this is going. The answer is not as well as I would like it to go. No, it curved around to get me, and I don't like that. Yeah, I can see stuff falls, and there are some tells for where the stuff is going to fall. There's still so much stuff that is much easier said than done. Yeah, okay, sure. Now I'm just spending so much time dodging and not actually dealing damage to him that we're probably getting poked without getting any value out of it.
Beware of what falls.
Yup. Don't need your back seating, lady. Ow.
Beware of what falls.
Yup, I know. Where'd he go?
Beware of what falls.
Stop talking. No.
Look out for the slam.
Yup, I know. Okay. That was a lot closer than I wanted it to be. Maybe don't stand right next to him when he's doing that as well. We did get a unique drop. But, yeah. So I feel like this is not a great build for doing this, because doing damage requires that we get up close. Which, sure, is the case for a lot of builds, but we not only do we need to get up close, we need to hold Incinerate for a long period of time. And being stationary is obviously not great, especially when there are all these things going on around. So that's why Arc is much easier to run and gun with, even if it deals way less damage. If we had better single target on a quicker skill like Arc, that would have been the ideal situation. Let's see, so do we have any bronze keys at all? No. I don't think we have any silver either, but we did get a gold. Which means we can do this.
I have no space for that.
Also, we'll have to check out the unique... never really wanted that. I think we accidentally picked it up. Shoot it. No. Only one gold key, right? Yeah, okay. So, let's see. Altar of Ascendancy. We definitely pressed that button. Right, that's the other thing, is evasion feels like it could be really helpful for that. Because again, it doesn't matter how much damage you take. It just matters how many times you get little pokes of damage. And our entire build has been built around taking little hits, but quickly regenerating our energy shield, recharging our energy shield. And that doesn't really do us any good in this case. So that's why I was kind of concerned going in this, in some ways. Okay, so Stormweaver has been my plan. Chronomancer does seem cool from what I've seen, where she basically has abilities that quite literally freeze time. And I'm sure there are going to be some absolutely insane things that you can do with that character, but for our first character of Path of Exile 2, I'm still going to keep things relatively simple. And initially, what attracted me to the Stormweaver was going to be all of our damage contributes to shock, combined with targets can be affected by 2 shocks at a time. Basically, we make it so we can deal way more damage against enemies with double shock, and then we have way more flexibility with what type of skill we can use by having fire or cold damage apply shock. Those were the things that originally caught my attention. But then, additionally, you have Arcane Surge, which is basically like if we just have it up constantly, a buff for our spell stuff. And we have increased effective Arcane Surge on us per 15 maximum mana. So we could make Arcane Surge just incredibly powerful. We can look more specifically at what Arcane Surge does once we take that, but that's probably going to be what we start with, to be honest with you. To see what the alternatives are. 40% of elemental damage taken recoup as energy shield defensively. That is helpful. Exposure you inflict lowers the affected resistance by an additional 20%. Basically, if we debuff enemies so that they take more elemental damage, that debuff is even stronger. Elemental Storm, which I wish it gave us like some of these things kind of deserve more explanation than just this. Wait, if you do alt, doesn't really help. Shift, I imagine, doesn't really help either. Yeah. Elemental Storm has 150% more cooldown recovery rate. Basically, this creates a storm somewhere in front of you, and when you hit it with various skills, it can do fire damage, or cold damage, or lightning damage, and kind of blasts out according to whatever element you're using. Which is hard to know just how effective that's going to be. I'm sure some people, of course, have already tried it, but without knowing the numbers for that, is it going to be more effective than just casting a skill yourself? I'm not sure. So I think we're going to keep it simple and go Arcane Surge initially, though I definitely am intrigued by Strike Twice, and that's potentially going to be what we want next. So let's ascend and lock in Stormweaver. Or lock in, yeah.
Elements are mine to wield.
Okay. So basically, it's an extension on the passive tree, as you can see here now that we've actually locked it in. And these nodes are just much stronger than your typical passive nodes on this tree. The thing that's balancing them is that you can only get a limited number of them from completing this trial, the Sehkemas, and even though we have another key for it, that alone is not enough to get even more skill points on this. Basically, there are different tiers of this encounter of significantly higher level, and that's where we would unlock the next 2 points. But let's go Arcane Surge. And a little bit more mana. Oh, right, that's our stash. Thought that was a chest for a second. Convert your leftover... Oh, leftover sacred water into keys. Okay, so that is a thing. That gave us 1 silver key. I'm wondering if it's basically, 1,000 sacred water equals gold. So we had 800 something, that gave us a silver. Maybe 500 is a silver, and then 100 is a bronze. Oh, okay, they're jewels. Not bad. Certainly could be worse. Oh, and then what happens with these relics, though? Oh, is that for future use here? In other trials?
You have danced with death and survived. The trial is complete. Whether they like it or not, the others must accept you as a Dekara now. The tale, woman, life was never meant for you. I can see that. So perhaps they will come to see it as well. I am finally free. But I find I do not wish to rest just yet. This place is in disrepair, though it may take another 1,000 years. I must restore it to its former glory. Should you need me, I will continue to serve as your guide here.
Okay. And we can purchase items from you? Huh. Oh, wait, this is a Sacred Water price? Would we purchase them mid-run? Potentially. Obviously, that's not relevant anymore, but...
Use that well.
Oh, I also did not realize... I just totally glossed over the names of them. It actually does give you a pretty strong indication of what you're going to find there. So helmet, boots, armor, body armor, boots. Yeah, I probably would have chosen this one anyway. For the silver, at least. I don't remember what this one had said, but... probably would have picked it over gloves, or... gloves don't sound particularly inspiring, at least. Okay.
Selah.
So that was a pretty big deal because now we have that extra layer of power that we would not have previously had, or would not have been able to get unless and until we did that run. So here, can we put you in the relic locker? Oh, not that, but this? No? Only relics? I mean, fair enough, I guess. But, put you somewhere else? Best place to put you is. But now we're stronger going into the final boss fight of Act 2 when we would not have been able to get that buff from any other source. And the reason, or the Arcane Surge is depicted by that blue sphere or trailing thing that is circling around us, whatever you want to call it. Does it give us the description for exactly what Arcane Surge does here? Doesn't seem like it. It's a little disappointing, to be honest. Huh. Wow. Yeah. Well, it makes our spellcasting better. In short, the exact numerical values of it, obviously, I'm not 100% sure of off the top of my head without referring to them. I was hoping it would have given us that information. And that's, I mean, for people who have no idea what Arcane Surge is, it is a status from Path of Exile, or a buff from Path of Exile 1, which is why I was familiar with it. But for those who do not have that experience, how do you have any clue whether you would want to take that buff or not? I would think that would make it way less popular. Because not only is that ascendancy node that we took, just you have Arcane Surge, the next one after it is you have a stronger, increased effect of Arcane Surge, so that's not going to inspire you either if you still don't know what Arcane Surge means. But maybe there's some hotkey to get the explanation that I just didn't see, although I tried the usual things. Okay, so, I guess let's head to town quickly. Just sell the other stuff that we got along the way there during the run.
What have you learned? Go.
Careful story.
Yeah, we'll go Regal Shard. Likewise there, I think. This was the... Actually, we haven't looked at the unique yet. We'll give that a closer inspection. That is partially Energy Shield. It's not as much as we have. It's kind of worse from a resistance standpoint. Get some extra intelligence. That's maybe the biggest benefit, and along with actually quite a bit of mana. But we're just going to go with the Regal Shard again. Okay, but let's see what the unique is. Because I kind of totally forgot about it. The Hollow Mask Hewn Mask. Okay, it's a fairly low-level item. Gives decent flat max life, though. That's solid. 15% additional physical damage reduction. Minus 10% to all elemental resistances. Oh, man. Okay, so it's useful for reducing physical damage, not so useful against elemental damages unless you already have a bunch of elemental resistances from other things, or you aren't expecting to take much elemental damage for whatever reason. Have these other jewels though. Let's see what we get here. So, increased stun buildup, increased damage with maces. So, for what it's worth, there are 3 different colors of jewels, and they are the same color as the 3 stats. Strength, red, intelligence, blue, dex, green. And so the things that are usually associated with strength, melee, strength, life, stun, those types of things, you'll typically get on the red gems. Blue, you'll typically get more casting related things, or in this case, elemental stuff perhaps as well. Chill duration on enemies, and then more evasion, accuracy. Usually cold is green and lightning is blue, so I was a little surprised to see chill there. Charm effect duration. I don't know what to make of that. Let's augment at least this guy. Ooh. Okay. I know we've taken a lot of that already, but could be half decent to work with. We start throwing gems in here as well. We might have. Go through and organize things a little more in the future. Oh, that's junk. That's also junk. That I mostly just picked up as a potential crafting base. That's not particularly useful. It's already pretty much junk for us.
Speak up.
Maybe worth giving it a shot, but not anymore.
Do not wander.
Okay. So, that's one big thing now checked off our list. And probably next on the list is to start making our way over to that boss fight. Again, we'll have a couple of zones before we can actually make it there. And in this zone, at least, we would expect to have some kind of extra loot-related stuff. Let's head over. I might just see if I can search on, like, the Path of Exile wiki real quick. Exactly what the stats of the stat buffs you get from Arcane Surge are. Arcane Surge. Mana regeneration and cast speed. I would love to get the actual stats on that. Let's see. It's probably from Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 1 gives you 10% more spell damage, 10% increased cast speed, 15% of mana regenerated per second. I don't know if that's the same statistically in Path of Exile 2. It probably isn't, to be honest with you, but that at least gives you a sense of what we might be working with here. Cast speed, mana regeneration, and or spell damage. Spell damage is the one that I'm the least sure of, at least for Path of Exile 2. Arcane Surge is granted from equipment, passive skill, ascendancy, passive skills, and support gem. Arcane Surge grants the following: 10% increased cast speed, 20% increased mana regeneration rate. Okay, thank you. So yeah, mostly the cast speed, at least when it comes to our damage. No increased spell damage or more spell damage, which obviously would be ideal. The cast speed still is useful. Helps us scale up the incinerate more quickly and get to those higher thresholds of it earlier on. Okay, you create the caustic ground. Interesting statue. Those are not human-looking feet. Like a human-ish upper body and then a more bird-like lower body. We did see a lot of vultures in the previous zone.
Die once more.
Making me a little suspicious here. Also, it's comforting now to not absolutely panic whenever we get hit by even little attacks. A little less stressful. Can we do this? Yeah, wait. Depth perception is making this hard. Yeah, that is a higher elevation. It looked like those guys were going to come to get us, though, and I was like, how are they going to cross this chasm? Interesting layout. I'm curious to see how this ends up going as time goes on here. I mean, if we had a skill that allowed us to traverse little gaps, then we potentially would be able to expedite our exploration quite a bit here. Oh, I don't like the looks of that. Obviously, it helps. I think I was talking about Incinerate specifically. Of course, this can help the Arcane Surge for any of our spells, including Arc. Is that enemy's name Risen Tail Woman? Is that a play on words for tall tail? Or am I reading too much into that?
Away with you!
Risen Tail Woman? It almost sounds like tall tail. This is a spot where we're able to see before, but not go. So it's a very vertical area, it seems like. Not something we usually see. It's a dead end. Remember, theoretically, there's some extra loot here of some variety somewhere, or some specific location where we're expecting to find some fancy stuff. So that is probably reason to be thorough. Oh, you're awesome. Don't really have a sense for what direction we do or do not want to go. It seems like that was a slightly longer pathway in between these towers. But we are basically making our way through what is almost like a castle. Oh, yeah, there is still someone over here. Looks like a fancy schmancy spot. Yep. That might have been the location in question. The one that we saw previewed on the minimap. A booby trap of sorts. Thank you. I think we might now be a high enough level / be in a high enough level zone that we can get some higher level skill gems of some variety. What's that? Fully broken armor. Debuff negates all armor. And we don't have that much. It's not a huge deal for us, but it is a thing that we can do to enemies. We aren't really doing it, but it's possible for us to do it. They can do it to us as well. That's hybrid dexing. Okay, don't care as much about that. I am curious, though, if that was the spot in question. It was. Shifting vases. Nothing dead can be trusted now. Suppose that is a fair description. There was, as we're saying, basically a trap, an ambush, a booby trap. Excuse me, though. Okay, never mind. We'll just wait for your caustic clouds to go away. That's for so long. I think I was talking about that a lot last time, but just look at how long we need to wait. Started trying to attack him. Also, I don't remember if I said this on stream last time, but I recently came to a discovery when it comes to exactly how the chaos damage and energy shield interactions work in Path of Exile 2, because it is different relative to Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, chaos damage completely ignores energy shield. So if you have a whole bunch of energy shield and very little armor, then that's very dangerous. So that means it basically circumvents your greatest form of defense. But that is not the case in Path of Exile 2. Instead, in Path of Exile 2, chaos damage deals double damage against energy shield. And, you know, if you run out of energy shield and you still have some life, then of course at that point that means you're taking a normal amount of chaos damage. And it is bleed and poison that ignore energy shield. So there are still some things that do it. There are some things that go right through energy shield, which is not the same stuff that it used to be. I think we're hitting you. Yep. It's now that we found the bonus area of sorts here. Not as concerned about full clearing this spot. Then again, I have no idea what direction we're actually supposed to go in, so it's not like I know what the perfect pathing would be anyway. We can just roll and /run through the caustic clouds. That is also an option. GGG's, our team has crushed it with this game. I agree. Path of Exile 2 definitely looks fantastic. And not even just from a purely graphical standpoint either. They've had some really clever things they've done. I mean, like that. The way that the wall phases in and out, depending on where we're standing. You see a lot of that in Path of Exile 1. But just take, for example, the whole way that this zone is so vertical. And that's a factor. It affects how you can and cannot traverse. We can't go over here because, I mean, there's a gap in the pathway. That's, I guess, the main reason, but it just adds a lot more to the feel of this area. You can see the big drop-off down below. Things like that that are not strictly graphical, but are maybe more general design decisions of a somewhat visual nature. I mean, that definitely, well, I mean, it's also just generally level design. Oh, there's a rare. Somewhere. Yeah, look at you. Yet? There.
Thank you.
I think that's a good energy shield base. It is. Okay, so for what it's worth, if we wanted to craft a new energy shield base, this would probably be the item with which to do it. I know we invested a little bit in our somewhat old energy shield base previously. could potentially head back and see if there's anything interesting we could do, though, to increase the likelihood of successful craft. We might have one essence. Exactly one essence. I think it's for speed-related stats, and I don't even know what that would do for a chest plate. Ideally, it would be cast speed. I don't even know if we can roll cast speed on a chest plate, though. That would usually be kind of a strange stat for one to have. Typically, we would probably prioritize getting a good life and or energy shield roll on the chest plate. Quality it up first before we do those types of rolls. That way we're a little more efficient. Like last time where we were doing it on an item that was already rolled. Oh, you're so alive. We started over on that corner. Guessing that means the quote-unquote correct way is in this corner. Further, oops, to the right. Bottom right. Here-ish.
Now don't move.
Oh, hello. There's multiple of them. Oh, and I just saw they're called Urnwalkers, which is also a fantastic name. There's lots of little things like that. Like, even the names of the enemies. We've kind of jested in the past about the enemies, the rare enemies that have randomly generated names that are sometimes hilarious, but that name is not randomly generated, the one we were just reading. It's world building in a little way. Not a big thing, but do enough of those types of things right, and they add up. That is the 2 sockets. Great caustic clouds, you did. Wanted to be able to see the other spot there, the other tower on the far side. This looks like we're getting close. Yep, sure does. And again, we didn't really full clear that area, but I think that's fine on that occasion. Hoping there's a, yes, waypoint right here though. This could be a good opportunity to potentially go craft that chest plate. Kind of like to give that a shot.
Quickly. Do whatever it takes.
What?
Let's see. Dump you, dump you, dump you. Oh, are these? Yeah, they are already rolled. No, we don't want instant recovery on mana
Stay
in all likelihood.
inside.
This.
I hear you.
Okay. So now, let's double check the essence situation. Yeah, we have, oh, it upgrades a magic to a rare item with 1 speed modifier. I still don't know what speed modifier we're going to get on a chest plate. So, depending on how that works, that is going to have a strong influence on how successful this craft is going to be. That and just how does the original transmute augment go. So, we're gonna give it a shot. Oh, okay. I take it back. The things I was saying earlier, apparently it gives you 3% quality regardless of when you apply the quality, in which case we ought to wait to apply this until we see if the rolls are good. Okay, we're learning. That's another difference between Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Got a good quarterstaff, not letting you equip it for some reason. So quarterstaff is a 2-handed weapon. It might have something to do with you already equipping a shield or two weapons simultaneously. That would be my first guess. Let's see what we do here. Fingers crossed. Not ideal, but we're gonna augment it. Very good. Like, item-savingly good. Now we do this, and we cross our fingers that it gives us some sort of good speed. Probably cast speed would be ideal, but I'm really hoping that it isn't some kind of, like, mana speed related thing. Energy shield recovery speed? Monk, you're already using quarterstaff. Do you have the attribute requirements for it, that or the level requirements? Those would be the other relatively straightforward reasons why it might not let you. Here goes nothing. Okay, that was also something I was wondering. If it just says, no, you can't use this kind of essence on this kind of item because there are not any speed modifiers for chest plates. In that case, I think we're gonna regal. Lightning resistance, okay, not bad. In fact, it's a little bit more lightning resistance than what we had here, so that is good. I think we're about to Exalt Slam this. Percentage, energy shield, and life. Okay, I think that is strictly an upgrade. We lose a little bit of fire res is actually the downside. We lose fire res, gain, we basically double our energy shield, especially if we do end up qualitying this all the way up. And then we could put a rune socket on this and either give it fire resistance or whatever element we think this boss is going to have, which I think is going to be mostly lightning, but I could be wrong. Had to unsocket some skills before socketing them. Oh, maybe you lost some attributes by changing your weapon if your weapon previously had some attributes on it, and that made it so you were no longer able to equip some of the skill gems that you had equipped. That's my guess in that case. Also, pumpkin pie sounds fantastic. Okay, that's horrible. And that was a little bit of cold res. Okay. I mean, outside of the thorns and the ints, that was just about as good as it could get for us. So we're gonna basically craft this up all the way. So usually, you might not go this extreme until you get closer to end game, where you're pretty confident it's gonna be an item you're gonna want to use fairly long term. But this is good enough now that this could last us quite a while, especially now that it has a couple of elemental resistances on it. Fire is the one thing we're missing, so if we were to put a rune on here, that's probably what we would like to add. Again, unless we're looking for any and every source of lightning resistance we can get, in which case maybe we would do that instead, just for this upcoming boss, if we're thinking short term. Use all the currency you can get. You'll need it as soon as you get it. Okay. Yeah. I do want to give this a rune socket. I'm just not sure which rune we want to apply just yet. Ideally, we would poke our head in the boss fight, maybe fail the first time we do it, but then circle back and apply whatever elemental resistance he deals. So we do this. We slot this in. Let's see, we have 408 energy shield. That's going to go way up. 627. Our life goes down by 2, but it's functionally the same. And our resistances... Fire goes down by 12. Lightning goes up by 2. Cold goes up by 8. And we also gain some intelligence, some mana from our intelligence. That's much more minor. So, in the grand scheme of things, that went pretty well. Not perfect, but it did go pretty well. Let's see if I can make space to squeeze you in. We'll throw you this back. Yeah. Okay. I am happy about that. That worked out pretty well for us. Have we leveled since we last checked shopkeeper stuff? Have we seen these all before? We may have. I think we have. Yeah, I remember seeing increased freeze buildup. That's a little tempting, to be honest with you. But hard to turn down the life yard. We could regal this. Might be worth regaling, to be honest with you. That, and they both have one bad stat, one good stat. The life roll here is decent, though, in that it's not a tiny life roll, even. We're gonna regal this. Well, oops. We got more mana. Wonderful. We try regaling this. We got Dex, which is not of critical importance, but every once in a while we do find ourselves a little Dex starved. In fact, I think we even took some Dex points on the tree for that reason, so it takes a little bit of pressure off on that front. So it's not the worst thing in that regard. Other little thing that I recently saw was there's the obvious stat boosts that come from boosting your attributes. Strength gives you life, Dex gives you accuracy, Intelligence gives you mana. The other thing, though, is that for every increment of 5 you get for an attribute, that affects how many of a given type of support gem you can have. So like right now, with only 7 strength, we can only have 1 red support gem. With 30 Dex, we can get 6 green support gems, and then with 80 intelligence, we basically can have however many blue support gems we want. But that, at least in the case of stats where you do not have much in them, that could be a pretty limiting factor. I did not even realize that was a thing until earlier today. Okay. But now I think we are ready. Let's see. Defeat Jamanra, the Abomination. I mean, just assuming that he's... Oh. Okay. There is a mini-boss along the way. Alright. Sure. I guess we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. But yeah, I'd like to see what elemental resistance feels like we need most, and then apply a rune to boost that up. I mean, we're pretty well balanced at this point, resistance-wise, actually. Lightning is the best, by a little bit. Oh, and one of you is a rare. Saw the minion tag. That Incinerate really refused to go in the direction that I was trying to tell him to go. You are the rare, or you are the rare. And your lightning effect was so dramatic that I couldn't even tell that you were still alive. Verticality, that just three-dimensionality of the zone. Just makes it feel much more real. Whoa! So what? Winged Fiend. It looked, well, not sure if it looked more like a vulture or a pigeon. We've certainly seen our fair share of vultures, but it's more vulture-like. Is that a joke? Are you calling pigeons winged fiends? By some accounts, that is perhaps fair. maybe the pigeons deserve some slack every once in a while. Oh, okay. We've seen you before. Sure you want to do it? Wait. Sure we want to do it? From what you've seen, the Maricat, he might have a point. Wait, now I don't remember what I was referring to at the time. I forget what we were talking about. Oh, killing John Mara, however you say his name. A lot of shots. That's a level, so that's a lot of experience. I mean, you know, if we kill him, then he'll probably come back and haunt us for all of eternity. He's probably already been killed multiple times, in fact. I'm sure he's used to it at this point. Still going. So we'll just wait here for a little bit. Just I don't think that's actually gonna be that interesting. Oh, and right, I forgot. We also have this. So I think, well, we might be in a boring stage where we're just picking basic attributes as we work our way over to a few clusters over here that interest us, with things like magnitude of shock, which again interests me because of that ascendancy that I was looking at before that gives us much more shock value. So that, and then gain 5% of damage as extra lightning damage, 30% increased chance to shock. More chance to shock here as well. Potentially more things further in this direction elsewhere. So those are the places that I have in mind. Now if we want to, we can get something that is more immediately helpful, like getting flat energy shield or getting even faster start of energy shield recharge. I'd like to double check what the equation is for what determines your delay before energy shield recharge begins. Because right now, we have 100% energy shield recharge delay modifier. And the base number is 4 seconds, I think. It says somewhere. Is it here? Chaos damage, no. Somewhere I thought I saw it say that the base duration is 4 seconds. So, turns out being level 31 helps when doing the trial. Like, does that mean we have level, or does that mean we have 2-second delay before energy shield begins recharging? I think that might be the case. Part of me wants to check. Manually count it. It seems like about 2 seconds. You have instant mana leech. That is nice. Ball Pact, which is the keystone, one of the more famous keystones from Path of Exile 1 that did make a comeback in Path of Exile 2, has been reworked a bit. It's the one that gives instant life leech. This is dark. instant life leech, and in Path of Exile 1 prevents you from getting any life regeneration. I think in Path of Exile 2 it said you can't use any life blasts. When it comes to that instant leech stuff, it's a little different than it used to be. Interesting to see how people think those trade-offs weigh against each other. Yep. Based on the sound, you could tell something like that was headed our way. Once again, I'm not sure where we're ultimately trying to go here. We spawned in the top left corner, which maybe means the bottom right is where we're trying to go. That might be the mini-boss that apparently is here somewhere. I also forgot until just now that there is a mini-boss in this area. No, that's just a normal devourer, or burrower in this case. Kinda terrifying. And by kinda terrifying, I mean quite terrifying. Oh. Apparently we dealt a lot more damage to it than I had realized. I assume we still have a long way to go. I don't know if we've seen any checkpoints yet. I saw you actually that time before I even heard you. Poking out the side of the ramparts. Worshipping a Breach Lord might be a questionable decision, but you know, instant leech, I see. I see how it is. You watch it, Iroder. That's a dangerous path that you follow. Oh. This is the mini-boss area, I think. Is there... Okay, yes, there's a checkpoint here. I would like to activate that so we don't have to rerun this entire area if things go awry. Too late. Not sure if we can change ascendancies now. The deed is done. Is this what activates it? No. This will, though. Looks like an area where we're going to have just a crazy number of people swarming us. And all these statues that I was noticing before now coming to life and attacking us. These ones that, yeah, are seemingly half human, half bird. Is that it? Or is there going to be a bigger boss to follow that up? Still on my guard. Well, maybe we are in the clear. I wonder if that's basically meant that all of the statues from here on out, no matter where they are going to be aggressive and start attacking us. Wait. Oh, we never spent the passive point. I was going to say, did we get an extra level just from fighting that little encounter? So yeah, this is the most immediately beneficial, either going with even more of the quick energy shield recharge, or just getting flat energy shield, or this is also faster energy shield. Oh, we took energy shield recharge there. Yeah. Any other big ones? This is just mana, right? Yeah. We poked our head into spell crit, but haven't followed up on it since then. What does this give us? Much better energy shield recharge rate. Mana regeneration, not super interested in that. Yeah, or we go longer term, work our way over to these guys. Given how we're about to fight a potentially very difficult boss, I think we might want to think short term. Just go for the energy shield. See what the before and after is. 627, 653. Now I'm noticing a whole lot more of these previously statue enemies coming to life. And they're using... I don't remember what the name of that weapon is, but it's a weapon that you don't see in games very often. It's like a circular disc with a metal blade all around it, almost like a frisbee. I don't remember what the name is. Very overlooked and underrated weapon because it is very cool. Oh, some of these guys are blue. So many parts, so many parts. Colossal Life Flask. That is a bigger base. Also, just the art for that looks cool. Very cool. Okay, so that is a better base for us to work with. Old Eldritch batteries back. Yeah, some of the keystones are looking quite strong. Is there a reason why those guys are just standing at the bottom of the stairs and therefore we cannot hit them with Incinerate? Oh, were they technically stuck behind that vulture, but it hadn't actually popped up from the side yet? So we didn't see that it was blocking until it revealed itself to us. Maybe still alive here? Ooh, that's a lot of people. Yeah, so I think that activating that area before made all these statues another Colossal Life Flask for fodder, for crafting bases, for transmutes onto. I don't think these guys would have shown up had we not activated that. Oh, you are rare. Okay. Will hurt a lot when it hits us. Except when I start moving away. Lightning Mirage is when hit. I did not realize that was technically the thing that activates them. Even when you are frozen, your Lightning Mirages are not. Seems like this is likely doubling back. So, I assume reconnect where we were before. Gold drops are noticeably getting bigger as well. We're overdue for one of these guys. Mind over matter just puts all damage on mana before life. Oh yes, I saw that. Now 50% mana recovery rate in exchange, but who cares with Instant Leech in particular? That's a good point. Even without the Instant Leech, I was still eyeing that and thinking that was worth at least considering. I think I am going to be putting on a lot of mana. That's how I eventually will increase the effectiveness of Arcane Surge. So, could turn into a bunch of additional effective life if I do take minor for matter. If you have instant leech, ooh, that's a lot of damage. If you have instant leech on your mana, then oh, that could be very significant. Okay, that's just lore, I think. Don't think that's about to activate some encounter. I could be wrong. I also nearly did not press the light blast button. If I push them cashews. Can they jump over this? Oh no, we can jump over that. I thought that was uncrossable for a second. That's what you get when you try to melee us. Ow, you almost kill me is the answer. What I'd originally thought was that you get frozen. But you almost proved me wrong.
Let these towers stand for all time, so that the sands may never swallow the honored dead. We give you to the sky and to the wind, in defiance of the doom of the desert.
Does that make anything happen? Is it just lore? I think that's just lore. Okay. Oh, that was a checkpoint. I don't even think we even activated that, but I had assumed that was headed in the direction of the actual boss encounter. I was guessing that was what that meant. Oh, and also, I mean, we can confirm, but I'm pretty sure that we saw, yeah, the bonus area. Did we check that earlier? Did we confirm? I'm not sure if we did. But I guess we'll head back for that and potentially cut off this zone a little bit short. But, you know, it's not like we need to full clear every single zone. I know we've been doing a lot of that, but usually in Path of Exile 1 at least, it is kind of the accepted practice that you deliberately want to avoid doing that, because otherwise you'll overlevel, so it'll be overkill when you're better served just zooming through a little bit more. Also, darkness mode says darkness is reserved from darkness before taken from life or energy shield. It doesn't say anything about mana. And this does look a lot like a final boss arena to me. So, yes, I think we'll certainly at least give it a try once. If it doesn't go well, as I was saying, I think we're eyeing throwing an extra rune into this to just load up a little bit more on resistances. We're pretty well balanced in that regard. Lightning is our highest, and I think that might be the element that this guy is going to deal, but who knows? Oh, I mean, the other thing is we could then... Actually, we can craft this right now. One of these, at least. Increased charges. Do you have... You do have charges gained per second, which especially against a boss I really like. That way, even when there are not ad phases, it's still possible to get flash charges back, because if there are no ad phases, you're on low health, and you don't have any flash charges, you're kind of screwed. And I don't like being in that situation. I'm supposed to say damage is reserved from darkness. What is darkness, then? Is that unique to that ascendancy, the one that you took? Don't remember. Well, anyways, I think we are in for a very big encounter here. Resource you get with that ascendancy specifically. Okay, gotcha. I think this is going to be the final fight. Yup.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Oh. Okay. That's not what I was expecting. As it turns out. Also the game was a little confused about where I was standing after it knocked us back from that. Okay. It just smashes its entire body at me, and the hitbox of that attack is huge. Even when I try to dodge out of it, it basically forces me back in. to get hit. Unfortunately, it's slow. So it does mean that we can kind of just regenerate our energy shield if we go for a little while without getting hit, although you did leave Burning Ground. Okay, so it seems like you're mostly fire damage. And if you do leave Burning Ground everywhere, then that actually does turn into a big problem for us, because that does prevent us from regenerating our energy shield. Please stop doing that. Thank you, dude, for just getting immediately hurt. Oh, okay, that doesn't look good. I'm guessing we don't want to be standing there when you do that. Ow. So, suddenly it would appear as though, if anything, we would want to craft on additional fire resistance, although that might be lightning damage. No, I think that's still fire. Fire breath, which conveniently we were nowhere near you when you initiated it, so we were safe to incinerate you that entire time. This again, I mean, it is easier to just kind of hit you with this instead. Doing the fire breath. You are. I was kind of standing in a bad place when you initiated that. I imagine you will have additional phases, which we might be going to see pretty soon. We're getting close to half health. Fire breath? Am I still hitting? Yes. Was for a while there. Can you stop doing that? Help me establish this. You are shot. Below half health at this point. Which may or may not trigger another phase. Unless we have to get rid of all of your health, which might be a thing. I am very much assuming you have a second phase. Ow. This obviously is not the boss that I was expecting, though. It's not the dude that we ran away from, which is leaving me a little confused, I will admit. Attack is just so silly. In the trap? It wasn't in the best place when you started that. That's new. That's also technically new. Very similar, but technically new. Okay, we look like we started this. That again. The face slam. A different kind of fire breath. Oh, that doesn't look good. Looks like raging spirits. Some raging spirits. Oh. Okay, you did catch me in a bad spot there as well. How I get one. Conveniently, you did not choose to attack the area where I was. With that. Alright. Yep. Okay. Very good spot this time. there a second phase? No. There is not.
Shaman-Ra will pay for raising the Defiler.
Was that the final boss? Or was that technically a mini-boss? I'm honestly not sure. Because I'll be honest, that was very easy. Very easy. And it didn't have multiple phases, which all kind of leads me to, and it wasn't the main guy that we saw before, which also made me think that that might not have been the final boss. How much energy shield do we have? We now have 653. So I kind of don't know what to make of that.
The Faradin have assembled a tremendous dreadnought, a war caravan larger than we have ever seen. As we speak, it is barreling through the heart of the Vestiri, leaving devastation in its wake.
We will have our justice.
Okay. So that was not the final boss. Presumably, the final boss is on this dreadnought in that case? I suppose? Act boss is always marked as a skull with a crown on the map. Okay. That makes sense. And yeah, that guy. It's a skull with a very subtle circle around it, which means boss that is required for progressing the campaign, but not the final boss of the zone, as you were just saying. Okay. I think we did level up since we last were in town. So I think we technically might have new stuff to sort through. Also, in passing, I think I noticed that had eight Roman numerals there. So I think that is the highest skill gem we've had thus far. Let's first just sort out what we're doing with our gear here. I think that's the highest chaos resistance roll we've seen thus far, although probably not going to overreact to that at this stage. It's not horrible. Small energy shield downgrade. We sacrifice lightning resistance in order to get cold resistance. We gain life, so it's definitely an effective life upgrade. You get all that evasion as well. Rarity is, you know, not usually a priority, but that might be worth using. And then if we really think lightning resistance is the attribute we need, or the resistance we need more than anything, then we could always put a rune onto this. So yeah, our existing helmet is pretty old at this point. So I'm pretty tempted to use that. Like the instant mana leech already. Blow up pack, go from 0 to full. Yeah, in the early stages, I found that mana was not much of an issue at all. But then, more recently, been running into many more mana issues, so I could definitely see that being a thing. Actually, before we do roll with this, I'm going to quickly throw a transmute on this and see if it turns into anything good. That's incredibly good. And that's not bad either. Oh, how I wish that said an energy shield instead of mana. True, and if you're going mind over matter, then you absolutely do have mana concerns. That is 100% true. Big Salt slam this? No. No! Why? Oh, it was off to such a good start. No. It's still good. It is still good. But it is carried absolutely by that initial roll. All the subsequent investment that we had put into it. was largely for naught. So, it is a straight upgrade, except for that lightning resistance, which again we could get, but just by throwing a rune in, and this already has a rune socket on it, so that's fairly straightforward to do that. You get a little bit of extra cold resistance as well, so that is probably still better than this is. In large part because of that life roll. One of those just said energy shield. It would have been so incredibly good. Oh, darn it. Okay. Alright, we'll throw... Let's see how many lightning runes we have. Storm rune, right? Yeah, okay. We have enough of these. I think we can throw one in, especially since we're sacrificing something that has a stone rune, or a storm rune in it already. Excuse me. I'd like to use this. For whatever reason, you don't let me use it when the stash is open. That's kind of weird, but okay. Alright, so then let's see what this does for... The life is going to be the big change. You don't have any life at all on our existing helmet. The energy shield is a little bit better, but not dramatically improved. Yeah, I don't think we have any percentage life scaling, though, so that's just 75 life equals 75 life. Do love this flat energy shield, and if only that were percentage energy shield instead of percentage armor. I keep on seeing amulets that have percentage armor, and it hurts me every time. As you can see here, I mean, our existing one is quite good. The implicit is not great. I wish it was flat energy shield instead of 2.6 life regeneration per second, so that's not doing us much good at this stage, but the flat life, fire res, cold res, that's very nice. Again, the increased armor is pretty much useless, but yeah, darn it. Would still hold on to this as a potential crafting option, but it's not ideal. Ooh, you though. Recovery rate. Want passive charge generation. Didn't get it on either of them. Darn. Really like that for bosses. This is faster life recovery, slower but more total life recovery. More charges, so you can use that 9 times total. You can also use that 9 times total, so that's not really a huge difference. Darn. Almost. Okay, what can we do with you? So, I think we are probably leveling up our active skill that we are dealing damage with. Both Arc and Incinerate are level 8. It's one more level will give us more damage on obviously either of those. Incinerate again is mostly something we're using for single target damage. Arc a little bit more on the area clear side, and again, I think given how we are expecting the final boss of this act soon, I'm going to prioritize the single target skill. Okay.
Young one.
Should we check if you have any good stuff that you're selling now that we have leveled one more time? It's decent. Flat energy shield on that roll. Our shield is quite good, but that's already double the energy shield. It was the fire damage and cast speed from the shield, which was really nice. Cold damage cast speed on a shield. Once upon a time we were doing cold skills. We've largely shied away from that. Do we have a Colossal Mana Flask yet? We don't, but I not sure that that is of critical importance. We still aren't using mana flasks as much as we are life flasks.
Who goes there? Browse as long as you like.
Don't think any of those are better than the stuff we just crafted. That's nice with a huge life roll. Our boots actually are pretty decent from a life standpoint. Doesn't have any energy shield. Neither does that, though. Okay. Eventually we may want to swap these out. Obviously they're unique, which seems really good, but... And they have served a purpose as an early game item, covering the major things you want to see, but as we get further along and get a little pickier with our gear, may be able to outdo it. Where do we stand in total on resistances now? 60% lightning? That's slightly higher than what we had before? Might be. Do you have light? Or this we swapped 12 for 12. This... Oh, this has, yeah, 9% lightning resistance, which I don't think we had at all before. Okay, but we could still put a socket in this later on if we wanted to. Get a little more resistance that way. And at that point, if it's lightning that we do, we're almost at cap, which is pretty nice. Okay. Nope, we need to move the caravan. Got an amulet with plus 30 spirit, which is really convenient. That is one thing that I was looking at a little bit recently, and it seems like it's pretty hard to get additional spirit. So I'm not sure what the most efficient way to do it is, but it might be an amulet.
We now have their trail. They will not escape. For glory.
Gotten it on... Yeah, I've seen body armor in the shop that has had it, but haven't bothered to pick it up, although I was a little bit tempted, just because it seems like it's so rare to find. So I don't know where the bet... And obviously, the opportunity cost on a body armor is potentially pretty high. You know, what are you sacrificing to make room for the extra spirit? Because it could be something quite good. What is our glove situation? These are quite old. Wow. Okay, I kind of forgot about our gloves. This might be our oldest piece of gear now, or at least our most out-of-date piece of gear. By any chance, now that I know
Browse
this,
as long as you like.
are you selling energy shield gloves, even if they're just base? Huge flat life, but it's armor base, and we have nowhere near enough strength to equip that. That would not be straightforward to get that much. Dex base, evasion base, hybrid with some flat energy shield. It says 16. You're already at 24. Hold on. Is that? That's a single roll. Or a combination of energy shield and evasion. That's not two separate rolls, so this is augmentable. That might be worth picking up, throw an augment on it, see what happens, and if it's any good, then it probably is a plain and simple upgrade. Lose out a little bit on some form of resistance in all likelihood. Is it prefix? Yeah. Well, it's possible that we
A wise choice.
augment for a
Blessings.
resistance in that case. Let's see. That's not good. Not feeling like this is good enough to regal right now. It is a little bit better in terms of energy shield, and you get that evasion as well, but feel like we might be better served just finding something on the ground of the glove variety and crafting it. Might have been worth still holding on to it, but... Oh, what? Find our way forward.
We must prevail. No
What?
matter what.
The Faradin will fall.
What is it? This is cool. we have the waypoint. Oh, hold on. Quick double check. Okay. This is the Dreadnought, then there's also a Dreadnought Vanguard. So we are expecting to see another zone after this. There isn't anything else here, so just run through and do what you need to do. We have our friend helping us out again, like she did once before. This is very cool dynamic. Also, wow, they dealt a lot of damage. This is such a cool idea for a zone. Whoa, what the heck? What is this? Something's shredding us. Those guys, Blade Bringers. Some sort of attack thing. It looks like Summon Raging Spirits from Path of Exile 1 with a reskin of that. Is ultimately what it turns into, though. Oh no, that was her. The Plague Swarm, those are the little bees we saw previously in one of the mines. They blend in very well. They are very small, so it's hard to see them. Saw a little debuff in the top left corner on this. It had a skull. I did not have time to read what it was, but that's a little alarming. Recouping the gold cost we had from that not terribly successful crafting attempt on the clones. Maybe not quite. It's that inexpensive. So this is the energy shield base that we like, although not about to outdo the energy shield chestplate that we crafted previously. That one was successful. These explosions. Real problem is these more like a detonate dead. Wow. You were attacking us that entire time? Question mark? Theoretically, there should be a lot of these narrow bridges and pathways. Good for art. Our distance, relatively speaking, somewhat safe. Oh snap! What is that pulling the caravan? It's a freaking gigantic Komodo dragon. That's so cool. I want a huge Komodo dragon. I actually think it is a bit of a problem how hard it is to see the bee enemies. The insectoid flying dudes. These zones were noticeably more difficult than the ones before. Definitely feels like this one has been a pretty significant jump up in terms of how much damage the enemies are dealing. At least for evasion-based melee, even for me. I mean, just the... I mean, they're gonna hit me pretty much every time because I don't have much evasion. 3% evasion. So I'm taking the hits. And they are noticeably chunkier than they were in the past. That's absolutely dead to can't. You saw the corpses explode. Okay, so at least we have confirmation now that that's how that is working. There's another dragon. Didn't look like it though. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Flip. That seems like that's going to end up being the right direction.
Foul crawler!
Go up. Get them all. It also does help when she distracts several of the enemies. Even if she isn't dealing much in the way of damage, it is still legitimately helpful. Oh, it's an essence of electricity. Okay. Oh, and a rare. Unrelated to the essence. Get rid of the other guys first, especially the other rare. That essence could be really useful. Oxy of the lightning mirages. Extra crits. I don't like that. Distract him! Distract him so I can focus on actually incinerating him, rather than just poking him with arc. And accidentally dodging into all those. Okay, never mind. Hold on, this is new. There we go.
Thank you!
Now for that essence. Whatever other guys might be remaining around here. You leave me and this essence alone. Force resistance, volatile. I don't like that. It does give us a preview though of the stats of this upcoming entry. Technically drop these. Oh. Wait, what? You deal chaos damage? Please focus on her instead of me. That has humongous area of effect. Okay, wait, please. Oh, and that gave us a level as well. Essence of electricity. Upgrade normal to magic with 1 lightning modifier. Okay. Ruby ring as well. That could be half decent. That implicit, only 23. That can go up to 30%, and the accuracy roll is not really what we're looking for either, unfortunately. Big thing is the essence, though, which we could have used on some of the other gear that we were crafting before to give us, even on armor, lightning resistance. But at least on the chest plate, we ended up getting what we wanted, so it wasn't an issue there. The other stuff, though, might give us a higher probability of succeeding with it. Just 1 minute. Does this guy leech life when he hits us because he's a giant mosquito? That might be a thing. If so, that's very clever, but also kind of concerning. Best part about corruption is that you can justify every exaggerated cool area with the carriage is way too big to be practical. It's corruption. Finally playing like a monk with the ice strike. Nice, big country. That's when it gets fun with the frost monk. Point B. And pros. And oh, we're getting closer to the Komodo dragons. You can see more of their bodies now. That's our hint that we're getting close to the end. Getting close to the front of the caravan. Crackling fortress staff. Nothing too big to justify picking it up though. How's it going over there? Oh, you took your time about over here. Oh, that's a lot of people. Wow. That's actually an insane amount. They might have technically been body blocking each other until I poked one of them. Somebody here rare, or is that actually coming from these guys? But we do have to go there across. Still a huge group of enemies here to a certain extent, yeah. Oh, yep, there's the detonate jet. Who's doing it? Oh, shit. There are certainly plenty of targets for you. I'll tell you that much. Thank you, Ark. I could not even attempt to count how many enemies that was chaining between. There's the detonate dead. It's actually just a non-stop wave of enemies here. Legitimately. Inching forward. There's still somebody detonating dead from afar in that area where all the enemies are dying. Can we get over here? Is this blocked? That's where the detonate deads are coming from, guys. Here? Oh, right, we leveled it. Right? Not yet allocated that skill point. Okay, hold on. Oh, a while ago at this point. That happened with the essence. Okay. So, we can do another flat 10 energy shield, which is best in terms of immediate returns, unless you want to go more along the faster energy shield recharge start route. Or you continue in this direction and eventually make your way over to more lightning stuff. Well, that's actually partially lightning, partially mana. And it's not really just straight up lightning damage, it's shock more specifically, and so, to tell you the truth, this is probably more immediate offensive benefits for us. I'm half tempted to do this. Let's go for it. Even faster energy shield recharge start. Go here just because this is where all the annoying detonate deads were coming from. That would feel much more accurate once we get rid of the enemies that are doing that. For example. Oh, okay, there's a lot of them. And they're actually cool. Please go away now. One down. Now you're down. That all of them? I thought the other way was going to be the right way, so to speak. Don't worry. No. Chest, at the very least. I mean, this is getting us closer to the front. Yeah, I think this is getting close, actually. That looks like the next one up might be somewhat significant. That up there seems to have fancier stuff around it. And yeah, this was going more directly forward. Front of the caravan is where one would expect to run into the person in charge of all this. If you can get to the front here as well. Might be. Actually tanks all three of those guys. As I said, actually extremely helpful. Extra crit stuff. So I think this might be the end of this little side path. Yeah, okay, so I think we've functionally fully cleared this area now. I suspect this is approaching the end of the zone. It looks a little boss arena-like. We know of a boss here. It doesn't say anything about one, so maybe it's just the exit. You ready for anything, though? Just the few effects? Including guys with detonate dead again. Mana Flask, at least a better base. You're gonna detonate that. Maybe. Or instead you're gonna detonate that. That's support. Ooh. Ah, it's still just level 1. Darn it. I was hoping we might have been far enough along to get better than the level 1 support gem. Not sure it's helping us that much in that case. Oh. Oh, okay, well, we can see the front. I thought this was a dead end for a second. That was going to be something we needed to interact with, but that's not the case. We can go to the left. There we go. Dreadnought Vanguard. And you know, there have been a few grim signs along the way as well. Fight our way to the throne. And it's so cool that this is kind of like the town in that, you know, their throne room is in the caravan. It's a part of the caravan. Oh wait, do we wanna? We might have reason to head back to town real quick to dump our gear. Do we have a bunch of stuff that we're stockpiling to a certain extent, maybe? I don't think it's horrible at this stage, but it might be worth it. Come on. Come on.
Sands take you.
We have some inventory space, but this is the most convenient time to head back. So let's do this real quick. And there you saw, in that brief moment where we were looking at the mini-map, the skull with the crown on it. So yes, this is definitely going to be where we find the final boss of the act. Unsurprisingly.
Inspiring.
How can I be of
There is a button to immediately identify everything as soon as you click on it, but I
whatever it takes?
press the button to immediately go to the refund passive point screen instead. We do affinities. Technically, that's supposed to mean that this will auto stash in the correct tab, but it's not doing that, unfortunately. And we do still have that greater essence of haste. That. Now,
Speak up.
need that. I mean, we're definitely not going to use this. It's a lot of fire damage, but outside of that, it's not that good. Tier low, tier or low base. Throw a transmute on you. Augment on you. VR mana flask in all likelihood. Yep, that works. Not as concerned about the charges gained per second on a mana flask, so I think we should be fine there. Shouldn't be an issue. Unlikely that this is worth crafting on. The accuracy roll is bad. The fire res roll is already lower than what we had to begin with. Just see if you have decent bases here, or things are already rolled. I don't think we've been here since we last leveled. Well, this looks familiar. That's not bad for fire stuff. Not as much of a straight damage upgrade. Indirect.
Do not
I
wander.
hear you. Browse as long as you like.
This looks familiar as well. Okay. I think we've seen many. Maybe it only has the shopkeepers refresh some, but not all of their stock when you level. We're saying how gloves are maybe the most glaring thing that we'd like to improve.
Sands guides you.
We'd probably prefer to have an unrolled base for that. Start from scratch. Okay. $40, $60, $49. So, it would also be the most convenient time to throw some stuff in here. Oh, this already has a rune socket and we haven't used it. Okay, in that case, I feel like we just throw something on here. It's kind of already ready to go. Lightning is what we think we need the most of, but it is already the highest. Fire is the lowest. If we want to cover our weaknesses, we would do fire. Are other more unusual options as well? Stun threshold, probably not. Could get life, wouldn't be a bad thing. Fire res, lightning res. Armor, evasion, energy shield here, and evasion base, which I don't love. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning the life rune. There's 2 of these runes overall. The nice thing about that is it's relevant no matter what, regardless of what type of elemental resistance we feel like we are going, or whatever element the upcoming boss is going to deal, and regardless of what the current state of our elemental resistances are, life is always relevant. Maybe we'll keep it simple. Go with that. What is it? Does it really just never let us do that when we're on the stash screen? Yes, that really is the way that works. Okay. Now, we have more life, at the very least. So that's one way we're stronger. We already pollinate this, right? Yeah. So... okay, yeah, rune socket. Okay, for some reason... doesn't seem that. Can we add 2? We can. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Suddenly, we can potentially get the best of all worlds. Could throw our other life one on. And then, oh, what if we do, it's flat energy shield, right? Not, or is it percentage? Percentage increase armor evasion energy shield. Honestly, might do that. I think it will. 157. It does let us do it on this screen now. To 183, although I'd really like to have this screen up to see the before and after more obviously. Can we double up on the same type of rune for you? Fire res is also the one thing that you don't have right now. Used all of our... we will have used all of our sockets at that point. So it's not like we could then just plug up a other elemental hole. Another rune. So okay, maybe we'll hold off on that second one. But overall, that actually means we are quite a bit tankier now. Somewhat significantly tankier. Get too carried away with it, but it's a good thing, for sure. We also have the charm for lightning right now. So again, if we anticipate that's the type of damage we're going to be taking, then it's not a terrible thing to have that. Makes up for it a bit. There's the crown on the skull. Confirmation. That is going to be the final boss. 32 zone. auto dudes. Or they might just be dragons altogether. Or rather, dinosaurs altogether. I didn't really see his face. It might be rather dino-like. That's acceptable. It is perhaps equally. Wall of the... Wow. Wow. Yeah, I saw how much damage they were dealing, and I was a little slow to react to that, but that's okay. Confirmation. The people here hit harder. Even if we have more defenses than we did before, effective life than we had before, it can still hurt us. Quite a bit. Uncut skill gem though? Oh, they all body blocking each other? If so, then that's fantastic. They're no longer body blocking. That guy is very stuck right now, though. Or was, perhaps. Who's next? Oh, you can still hit me. I'm not sure that I was hitting you. So, you might have been winning that duel. Ooh. Don't recognize it by name. Excuse me, please get incinerated. Is that life regen on that rune? Is that what that said? Life gain on kill on a weapon, percentage life regeneration per second on armor. That's interesting. Nope. Drop the key. Excuse me. Poke me. Actually, no. You. That is kind of interesting how it seems like that's not a coincidence. Oftentimes, when there's a new pack of enemies in one of the new sub-caravans, the first one or two enemies are guys that are standing right in the entryway and have shields held up, blocking all the other people. So defensively, it's a good position. Rank 9. Ooh, that's even higher than anything else we've seen before, and that is a new tier. Okay, this is exciting. Okay. Love to see even more rank 9 stuff, because now we have lots of options, and of course we could use this to then further upgrade the skills we have been using. And Incinerate. Getting stronger still would be nice, but we could get Fireball instead, which is interesting that this is a rank 9 fire skill in PoE 2, because this is the starting skill for witches in Path of Exile 1. Launches a large fireball, explodes on impact, creates nova of smaller firebolts. Okay, so it's a little more intricate than the basic fireball. Wait, look at the
Fireball
preview here. Oh,
explodes
yeah.
on impact, launching a nova of smaller firebolts.
Okay. Interesting. Frostwall deals actually somewhat... how much damage is that nowadays? It's basically the same as Fireball. Lots of freeze buildup. It creates a wall of ice crystals which holds back enemies. The crystals explode if sufficiently damaged or if pushed hard enough, damaging nearby enemies. Lot more freeze. Explosion radius is 2 meters, not meteors. Ice crystal duration is 8 seconds. Ice crystals have 800 32 life, and if you deal that much damage to them, that's what causes them to explode one way or another, whether that be you or enemies. And you can see the preview here. Oops.
Frostwall creates a wall of solid ice. These ice crystals can be damaged. If the crystals are destroyed or pushed hard enough, they will explode.
There are multiple crystals per Frostwall.
Creates a wall of solid ice.
So technically you can get
These
more than
ice
just that
crystals
initial
can be damaged.
round of damage, kind of similar to the Fireball, where it's more or less the same damage roll, but it also has the multiple projectiles once you include the Nova. Mana Tempest creates a storm of arcane energy that empowers your mana casting spells while you remain inside it. Maintaining the storm constantly drains your mana, and each spell you cast causes it to drain faster. The storm will dissipate when you exit it or run out of mana. Powered spells gain 56% of damage as lightning damage. Buff causes lightning spells that cost mana to also chain to +1 target when chaining, but not chain further from... Wait, what? They chain to one more target, but not chain farther from them? Grammatically, that doesn't make sense. What is them referring to? What are you trying to say the length of each individual chain is not longer? Not sure what you're getting at. That's phrased kind of poorly. Projectiles from empowered lightning skills fork. Oh. 30% of mana spent while in the storm is added to the skill's mana cost per second. So, combining this with Arc potentially could be insane. Let's see.
Stand inside a Mana Tempest to empower your spells with extra lightning chains, projectiles, and damage. The storm drains your mana, and will drain faster the more spells you cast. Stand inside a...
So that is interesting. Lightning Warp teleports you inside the target's body, causing it to violently explode. Highlights enemies that can be culled, and can only be used on these enemies or ball lightning projectiles, which is a skill that we do not have access to because it's further down. The target is destroyed, and the explosion deals lightning damage to surrounding enemies and creates shocked ground. Wider range of damage, as is usually the case for lightning skills. Explosion and shocked ground radius are 4 meters. Shock ground duration is 10 seconds. Let's see the preview for this. Lightning Warp is a skill in Path of Exile 1 that is nowhere near how it works in Path of Exile 1.
Use Lightning Warp to teleport inside enemies and make them explode violently. This skill can only target enemies low on life. Look out for this indicator for enemies you can cull.
I don't know. So it's a finishing move, but it just feels kind of impractical. Feels impractical. This is the high risk
Stand
one.
inside a Mana Tempest.
This is the most similar to stuff we've been using, and then there's of course the straightforward upgrade, something we already have. There's a chance that Frostwall also can synergize with particular skills if you shoot the skills into the Frostwall. Like Frostwall plus Spark is a classic combo, but obviously it's been a while since we last used Spark. Ugh, this is hard. I'm gonna go with this, but I really hope we get more of those in the future. It's a combination of Lightning Warp and Body Swap. Okay. Alright. Orb of Storms. It's getting scrapped. Cost 1% mana per second. Okay. Support gem. Do we have one that works with this? Let's check it out. What else do we have? Okay, no. Yeah, we're good there. Okay. Mana Tempest. We don't have the strength to do this. Otherwise, it would reduce the mana cost. That would be nice. This also would require more strength. Mana cost converted to life cost. I'd rather not do that. This also would require more strength. Causes empowered skills to deal 15% more damage. Oh. That's very nice. Reducing the mana cost so we can sustain this more, and then making it give us a big damage boost. I would like all of the above, please. So, we get another level and get another attribute node. We could deliberately pick strength. I think we would have enough in that case. It would also give us a little bit of health. And we have been kind of deferring on what will eventually need to be some attribute nodes. Well, that looks pleasant. I do like the checkpoint, though. The previous zone did not have any, if any, checkpoints. Ooh, javelin. This isn't already the throne room, is it? It's looking a little dramatic here. I assumed we were going to have to go much further than this. Oh, you're a Shroud Walker, okay. Well, I'm not sure if I ever double-checked to see if there were other mini-bosses in this zone that we were expecting, but I think there were.
Victory is mine.
Change. Oh, also we have to get. He found that. Oh no, that's not good. That is good. That's very good. In fact, so is that. Okay. The game said, "Please forgive me for freezing up for a second." With what could be the item most in need of upgrade. Flat energy shield, love that. Flat life, love that. Crit damage bonus, potentially okay. Cold damage to attacks, not so great. We miss out on a couple of resistances, one of which is from a rune. So that can be replaced. We miss out on a little bit of fire res. But from an energy shield standpoint, it is much better. So unless this guy is going to do a bunch of cold damage, this is definitely an upgrade. Or fire damage. And this, we can now use. We no longer need to go Mana Tempest. We could upgrade Incinerate, or Arc is actually 2 levels behind at this point. That would be a little bit more of a dramatic upgrade. Or get the Fireball. I think Incinerate is the thing we've been using primarily. Getting Piety vibes? I think, although this is a larger incremental boost, if we're expecting for Incinerate to be our main source of damage against the boss, I think this is the biggest way for us to improve our damage against the boss. Unless we outright switch to Fireball, but I don't really think this is the right time to be experimenting with totally new things for our primary active skill. It's starting to look a bit like a throne room. Maybe we're not there quite yet? No, okay, doesn't seem like it. Okay, so now there's another side path right here. Okay. It was more dramatically adorned. It's catching me a little bit off guard. best energy shield base moves for us right now as well. They actually are. That is technically a crafting base. Those are not the best crafting base. Oh, hello, friend. Was it rare? Volatile crystals. I haven't seen. Oh, they're. Oh no, those are. Oh, it's a unique. And the volatile crystals did in fact explode right on top of me and almost killed me. Kind of, sort of, not exactly, but we got the unique. Let's check it out. What is this? It's an armor, energy shield, helmet.
This has a history of its own.
Bronze beard, horned crown. Reduced movement speed. Big armor, energy shield bonus. Decent max life. Reduced effect of chill, shock, and ignite on you. That's interesting. Don't think we're about to sacrifice movement speed for it. Heavy is the head that wears the horned crown. Oh, that's clever as well. Oh, it's interesting. I don't think it's the right fit for us, but it's cool. That's an augment. I was gonna say if we had a transmute, we could use it on those silk slippers right now. Let's see if this is an upgrade. I mean, don't think it makes a huge difference for the mana flask one way or another. Drops are getting good here. Another untouched skill gem. Actually, if you oh, and you can see the corruption. It is the answer for how they're able to pull this absolutely ginormous caravan. We suspected as much. Now we have some confirmation. Every once in a while, the skills that our friend uses throws me off. It makes me think that there's some big, powerful enemy with some fancy skills. She has a lightning skill in particular that does some big stuff. But okay, here with this level, I think we do, as we were saying before, we deliberately go the attribute route. And we're going to take strength here. Gives us a little bit of life, and it also means that we can now use a support gem for the Mana Tempest. And I feel like as much as I really want to get this premeditation for the more damage, I think we might kind of need to go inspiration first to make it easier to sustain. Gonna go with that, but make no mistake, next on the list is going to be the other one. And now that we have done that, let's put you here. Checking how quickly this blows through our mana. In general, Arc uses more mana. So yeah, Arc does use it quite quickly. Incinerate, though, is very, very good for mana use. It is not mana greedy, mana hungry. I walked out there, immediately deactivated it by accident. chest here somewhere? Did we already take it? I thought I remembered seeing one. Could be over there. We might have taken it. I might have just forgotten. Oh, that's... That's support you. Perfect. Take a second to use this. Are we gonna have enough strength gem capacity to be able to use this? It seems like it's not. Operation could not be completed. Okay, no, it is gonna cause. Oh, you can see here. Strength 2 out of 2. Dex 3 out of 6. Int 6 out of 16. So we have a ton of int, so in no rush to scale that, or that's very unlikely to be a constraint. The dex could potentially become a constraint, and the strength already is. The other... Okay, persistence on flammability is the other strength one that we have right now, though. That's not that necessary, because we are not really using that right now. So I think in that case, we should be okay. There we go. Okay, so now the Mana Tempest should be quite potent, one would think. That's kind of exciting. Interested to test that out.
Hey, fight!
The keys. Don't think that was my firewall. Pretty sure that was yours. Conjure's firewalls confirmed. Sort of.
Out of mana.
Mana Blast. Then you do this. Mana Blast again. And Mana Blast may become more important. At this rate, you see how quickly that ate through our mana. Wow. Just, you know,
No mana.
take it the slow. This occasion, maybe we don't need the extra power as long as we play
Mana.
the patient way. That's what we want. Not quite. Gonna die.
Need mana.
Go. Augment.
Out of
Like one
mana.
enemy. Wasn't that meaningful at that point? Oh, that's another rare though. Let's try this with Incinerate. Damage definitely does seem much better. That's a ton of gold. Wow. I think it is fair to say I'm a fan of this new skill that we picked up. Next skill gem we get of the active variety, we'll probably use on Arc, since that's the other thing that's lagging behind a little bit at this point. What happened? Honestly, cannot see where the enemy is. But thank you for getting through. crowded.
Need mana.
Is there another rare move? I'm seeing all these minions. Yeah, there is. Oh, stop rares. Come on. Just out of range. Forward slightly. There we go. I accept it. Never ran out of there. You're just standing there doing nothing, actually. Is what you're doing. Just want to go over to get the loot from that first rare that we fought. That's apparently not allowed. It's just our friend. Finally go here. Thank you. Okay. And again, we're assuming you keep on going that way. That'll eventually bring you to the front. A little bit back here. Oh, there's an essence. Okay, that's definitely worth doing. Glad we did double back a bit. And she's body blocking the guys on those narrow bridges, whatever you want to call those. That's actually pretty huge. Like the essence pace. Powerful minions, all damage ignites is not great. Don't love that. That's an energy shield character. It does make it quite difficult to get our energy shield back. What the heck is that? It freezes us. We step on any of those, we are okay. Wow. I don't know what actually got the kill, because we were not attacking for most of that time. That would be an energy shield base we could potentially craft. Did we get the actual essence itself? Yes. Okay, good. Yeah, glad we got that then. One moment, we're destroying all of your urns. It does also seem like the further up we go, the narrower the caravan becomes, so that's kind of hinting at how close we are to the end. Went from 3 wide to 2 wide, and now potentially just 1 part wide. I think we're getting very close now. Oh, that's a another essence. Wow. That's great.
Out of mana.
Worth it, I guess. Oh, and don't get so distracted by the essence that you ignore the other enemies around here. Essence of electricity. Crit resistance revives minions. Okay. It's annoying, but obviously still very much of interest. Isn't even the boss yet, right? We're getting so many things happening in this zone. Oh, I stepped out of it immediately again. So that deals a lot of damage. Remember though that he revives his friends.
Victory is mine.
Boom. Whoa! Not expecting them all to leap out of me like that. I'm still in the football. I'm not sure that I was. Still more leaping at me, especially in a narrow crossway there. I don't love it. Potentially trap up. Nowhere to go. Okay, that's not a great time for the game to choose to freeze. What is causing these fire explosions? Oh. We want our teammate to freeze them in place. Oh, never mind. Not there, at least. But rather than them freezing us, get that place. Maybe now, though, the whole theory we had about the area getting narrower is starting to reverse that trend. Maybe we're not quite as close as we thought we might be. Let's pick something up that was joking. Yeah. Ooh, okay, I was reading chat. In Arena Fract 1, good luck. It's a tough one, but you can do it. Just really want another checkpoint here. Once again, it's been a long time since we've gotten one, and we have fought a whole bunch of enemies since then. If we are close, then of course we may should get a checkpoint right before the arena. This might be it. Game chose a wonderful time to freeze again. Just concerning. I would like to at least... No, don't boot me out now. It's booting me out now. Okay, really hope that it drops us back off exactly where we were, right in front of the checkpoint, and doesn't set us back to our previous checkpoint, which was almost the entire length of the arena away. But I have a feeling that's going to be the case. Hopefully we're in the same spot. Hopefully we're in the same spot. Okay, we are. We were quite literally 2 steps away from the checkpoint. That would have made me very mad if we had to rerun from there. Okay, we do have so much stuff in our inventory right now, though, including some things that we were holding on to as potential crafting items. We have this uncut skill gem we hadn't used either. So I think it's worth taking a second to work with some of this stuff. So we got the Mana Tempest. That seems really good. We've upgraded Incinerate. We've not yet upgraded Arc up to level 9, so I think that's probably next on the list. Again, unless we went with something a little more experimental, but I think now is not the best time to be doing that.
Arc chains bolts of lightning between enemies.
Okay. Yeah, the damage upgrade is decent. Okay. But now if we go portal it up. Yeah, we'll see if we can get any last minute upgrades here before we jump in. But we are on the verge here. Also, obviously, the game has also been getting a little more finicky performance-wise, which is concerning given how we are about to face off against a very difficult enemy.
Speak up.
Yeah, dump you. It is a lot of life. But, and our... Oh, we did swap our gloves partway through there, but we were saying this might be worth throwing a rune on because we had to sacrifice some runed gloves here. And again, we don't know exactly what element the boss has until we actually go in. We have some theories based on our first encounter. We aren't 100% sure. Actually, our mana flask is now more important than it was before because of the new Mana Tempest skill. So now I am starting to look at these more closely with things like 55% more recovery if used while on low mana. If we time that well, then that could be very good. Increased amount recovered, just generally speaking. Chance to gain a charge when you kill an enemy. What do we have right now? Increased amount recovered, increased charges. I think that's still fine, to be honest with you. That's slightly more increased amount recovered. 243 versus 252. Alright, we'll swap that. Do that instead. Marginal improvement. And I really mean marginal. It's not worth switching to, right? Oh no, we rolled our helmet and it's pretty good now. It's quite good now. That was a bad roll that we were not a big fan of, although if we're about to face the boss that happens to have fire damage, we might hold on to you just in case.
Do not wander.
Okay. Essence tab. We do have some essences to work with if we wanted to guarantee lightning resistance. Oh, we were saying the silk slippers potentially could be worth using as a crafting base. It was mostly the gloves that we were eyeing, and now these. Flat energy shield, flat life. Not bad. It's the resistances are the glaring gap. But you throw a rune on that. Please let me... Oh, it's frozen. There we go. I was like, I definitely pressed that multiple times. I don't know why that's not letting me auto-store that. So we do this. Well, actually, let's double-check real quick just to see if you happen to have anything better than what we're working with before we start investing stuff. Huge mana roll. Unedited shock. Have we seen that before? Not sure if we have on a charm. Huge increased mana recovered. Oh, but it removes percentage of mana from life, which is probably not something you want to do outside of the most extreme of circumstances, or
I will tell you
you are extremely bold. I
No
don't
need to
like doing
rush.
that, generally speaking. It's not a bad starting point, but it is worse still than what we have right now. Really eyeing... Yeah. Potentially gloves. That's not great. Cold resistance. Life roll. Ooh. That's a pretty good belt. "24 life, 13 strength, which translates into more life, cold resistance, stun resistance." I do like the implicit we have right now, increased life recovery from flasks. It might be the favorite implicit that I've seen thus far for belts, unless there's one that gives flat energy shield. But flask charges gained is not, I mean, like against a boss, the implicit that we have right now is especially helpful. If the boss has adds, then yes, the flask charges gained does help, but that's usually less of a factor, it feels like. But then, does the extra life pay off? You know, more than make up for that, potentially? Artificer's Shard is worth more than a Transmutation Shard. Oh, salvage the socketed item. Oh, I might have already... This one we could do, but might have already dumped one of those. I don't remember which one specifically you were referring to. Or if, like in some cases, in PoE 1, there were absolutely times when you could buy items from the shop relatively cheap and then resell them to get specific crafting materials that might be more valuable to you, like this is the least expensive one that has one of the rune sockets. As for whether that is worth 720, it's maybe a different question. This is kind of expensive, but let's do it.
It is yours.
It's this, I mean, really the main thing this had going for it was just the implicit. Not much else. Do you think this is worth it, though? Just to resell? Might hold on to this for future use. That's a huge life roll for what it's worth, but I don't think we're about to get that. Alright, sure. We'll nab you. That. Not gonna do it on the other one. I'm gonna just stash it. This feels
Young one.
too bad of an item to stash. It really is just the implicit that I was using that for.
Do not wander.
Thinking about maybe trying to craft that. We can guarantee a speed mod on you. So theoretically, I would think cast speed is the only mod of that variety. So if we did this, that upgrades magic trick. So if we do this, I think we guarantee cast speed. So that's one of the reasons why we've been so reluctant to upgrade this, is because it is incredibly well rolled, even if it's a low level item. I mean, just about anything in this will have better energy shield. It's more so a question of, can we keep pace offensively with what we have? And cast speed would mean at least one of the big things we would still have. I think it's worth giving it a shot. It's lightning modifier. The low roll. It's quite a bit lower than what we have here. Oh, that really stinks. That might already be reason enough to abandon this attempt. Let's at least augment, because that's cheap. Previously, I would have scoffed at that. Now that we have more of a need for high mana, that's maybe not quite as bad as we would have previously thought. And that is a high roll for mana. It's a tier 6 roll. Would give us a lot, but it's at cast speed. Oh man. We wanted that roll. We just wanted it to be a lot higher than that. That is fairly disappointing, I think. Ugh. Speaking of speed rolls, actually, the obvious thing to put that on would of course be boots. Although, the thing is with these ones, we have movement speed and life. Oh, the Thorn's crit chance actually the thing that is increasing the likelihood of Arctic Armor freezing enemies? Because Arctic Armor does freeze enemies all the time. We also already invested the rune in this, so I don't think we're going to be able to easily outdo, even if we do craft guaranteed movement speed here. It has energy shield as the base. That's honestly the biggest thing this has going for it. Whereas this is evasion. I think we kind of struck out.
Careful story.
Like maybe
Stay
hold on to them
inside.
as crafting bases, but going forward, I imagine we're gonna outgrow those fairly quickly. Okay. Well, the socket on you and using the socket here, those are the main things we have left. Which, at least in part, I was kind of waiting to see what the boss has. But we might have to rerun the zone if we portal out after fighting the boss. That was, I think, a thing that we saw previously. I might just take a bit of a guess. Our fire resistance is now getting a little bit low. That is the one resistance we don't have here. I don't know if this guy does any fire damage at all. Gain 20 life per kill on a weapon. That is a lot. I thought he was lightning damage. So I'm leaning toward doing that. Artificer's Orb, put lightning damage on one of these, or rather, lightning resistance on one of these and fire resistance on the other, and kind of do both. Plus 25 life is nice. Just see if we have, where was it? The increased armor evasion energy shield on an item that has such high base energy shield. Nice, big country, well done. I think we still benefit most from doing this, to be honest with you. It does let you double up on the same type of rune. Okay. Also would have liked to have seen the before and after, but we're at 900 energy shield. That is a lot. Do this. And then it's a question of fire or lightning. That is almost entirely just based on guessing what I think the damage type of this upcoming boss is. I think we do fire just to cover our bases a little bit more. Now we're at 45. That is still our lowest. But we're in a pretty good place for all of them. Worst comes to worst, we try to exalt some stuff to get more, I guess. Okay. I think this is decent. Where did our portal go? Did it abandon us? Do we need to rerun the zone as we just kind of sort of anticipated we might need to do? Our portal seems to have disappeared. They used to last, like, multiple days. So it didn't expire due to timing, but it's definitely not here, right? I'm not seeing it. So that does kind of stink, based on just how huge that zone is, and it's not an easy zone. So I'm not thrilled about rerunning it, especially when we were right on the verge of actually fighting the boss. But at the same time, I guess it seemed like there was some indication that that might have been about to happen. Maybe I did do it to myself? We had 2 portals disappear today. Okay, so that might not be a me thing. Not an exclusively me thing. Okay. Unfortunate timing. But, you know, we did get a lot out of heading back to town there. We are a lot stronger. But, yeah, and the zone does seem to have reset. So I think we do need to rerun from scratch. Yep. Arc is stronger. Especially if we do this.
Out of mana.
They're still there.
Need mana.
So we also now have a sense for how to navigate this zone. Better sense for how to navigate this zone. Superior Colossal Life Flask technically is now our best crafting base for a Life Flask. Really sure it's going to be able to outdo what we have in forge for rolls here in body block. Oh, that's also a dead end. Okay. I trapped myself in a corner several times over. I am surprised we got out of that. Incredibly slipped out. I wish the circle for that was slightly bigger. Slightly bigger. That's weird. Excuse me, don't knock me back. Don't knock me out of that. Rude. Also, you have elemental resistances. Additional elemental resistances? That's illegal. Please stop that. Please get frozen instead. Apparently your resistances weren't enough to stop you from that happening. Did knock me out eventually.
By Garukan.
We did buy she's body blocking him is what's happening. Okay. We did by swapping out our belts technically lose some of the health regen we had. I'm not sure if we have any anymore. We have a tiny bit at this stage. This does not have automatic flash charge regeneration. Just beat the chapter 2 boss. Nice, chair. Everybody's getting the boss kills, or the act boss kills today. It's good stuff. Any of you guys get some nice drops from them? Because it seems like the... Oh, it's not technically the right way. It seems like the act bosses in particular might give really good rarity of drops, quantity, and all that stuff. Not a single good item. We'll get there. Sometimes you gotta craft them. Sometimes bases are just as important. Maybe that's how you'll get your stuff. So dramatic, the difference between the amount of mana that Arc uses and the amount of mana that Strength uses. There is no comparison. Especially once you factor in this. We might actually have enough mana regeneration that we can just sustain Incinerate indefinitely. Not quite.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, it's this guy. Oh, can we go this way? We can.
Out of mana.
Okay, we saw an essence when we went back this way once before. Okay, no, not on this occasion. Not on this occasion. Kinda nasty. Whetstone. Not seen many of those. I think we said that, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Belt. That's the flash charges gain base. Okay. Ooh, I didn't even see what kind of rune that was, but it was a rune of some variety. It's cool how they jump over from one side to the other as well. +9. Yep. I was gonna say, please line up. That was great. And we ran out of mana. It was not as nice. Yeah, honestly, the difference between having this effect active and not is Path of Exile 2 damage versus Path of Exile 1 damage is what it feels like. Okay. Stepped out. Encouraged all them all to spawn. more over there as well. My humble vote.
Need mana.
Oh, need a few things. Mana isn't the only one. This is not quote-unquote right direction. It's enough to give us a level. It's helpful in that regard. Let's take a second. So we are not in as desperate need to pick up strength as we once were. In fact, I think some of the gear we just picked up also gives us more strength. Although, so if we go here, we could get more intelligence, which, I mean, mana has become increasingly important as of late. Start giving us more mana regeneration rate, increased magnitude of shock we inflict, mana regen, shock we inflict, mana regen if you've shocked an enemy recently, increased magnitude of shock you inflict. Okay. Otherwise, you say, we're about to go into the boss fight, get even more! Faster start of energy shield recharge. Now is the time, right? Well, could be. Could be. There are also more... Oh! Immediate source of combination of mana and energy shield recharge. You know, that's maybe not the worst thing. To finish out this part of the cluster. That's a little bit more of an intriguing node than I would have initially given it credit for. Energy shield, I think, was previously right at 900. Now 938, just above 900 before. Even see stuff on the ground as we go past it. Oh, right, that's the big wrench. Can't dodge over it. Okay. Hello. Oh, you're rare. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Ace Aura, extra energy. Oh. This. Could be in range for this. Why are we not? Definitely are now. It is kind of fun to have a specific place where you drop that and just say, alright, this is my location. This is where I'm choosing to engage you. We go inside, and that means we're getting pretty close. But we saw last time... Oh no. Oh no, I'm stuck. We saw last time there were a bunch of enemies that jumped out as soon as we went over there. functionally have righteous fire? No, you just occasionally create a circle of fire around you? It's not the same. Same.
Sands take you!
What's that? Oh. Might still be more people here. Wouldn't rule that out. Oh. Wow. Thanks, Ark. That was kind of insane. Do we still have things we're looking for here? So now we could start to look more into experimenting with new skills. Again, probably not about to really use them right here, right now, just before / in the boss fight, but if we want to try out a fireball in the near future, that does become an option. Although maybe, to tell you the truth, we should just leave these unused for the time being, and then once we're ready to, we'll specify then what in particular we would like. I mean, partial instant recovery is nice. I was really hoping for the chance, or the percentage / fraction of a charge generated every second for the upcoming boss fight. Ooh, okay, I know there are more people on both sides than I expected to see. Retreat to the choke point, and then maybe immediately step out of this, except maybe not. Oh, yep. You know, that does check out. I did not know this. Now I think we're getting very close. Yes. Okay, so this is where we went back to town last time, and our portal ceased to exist. But okay. Yup, Saddle of the Dreadnought. That's an interesting way to refer to the head of the Dreadnought. Saddle as if it were a horse we are riding well. Not quite.
You again. The fool under the hooded one's sway. Do you
Here.
even know what he is?
For the first boss fight as well.
No,
Oh, it's getting big.
You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
Okay.
The Sehkemas of the Empire. Bow before your king.
Hi, friend.
We skin them.
So you have a lot of health, is the first thing that I'm noticing.
We hit in time.
Submit. You are finished.
Probably cut this up. So notice how much damage we're dealing, and how little that is eating out of his health bar.
The Faradun is now. The Malekith will pay.
Oh, that looks like a place where you have height. Not one to be standing. So that's definitely some lightning damage.
For my people. The Malekith
It
will
looks like it's
pay.
primarily lightning, as we expected it
The
might be.
era of the Faradun is now.
Possibly some fire to go along with it.
We are vengeance. We will have what is ours.
See? Did he heal? Also, this is definitely not where I'm supposed to stand. That is. I totally knew that at the very beginning, once he started doing this, and I thought, I'll just tank it for a little bit, right? No. 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 Not a good idea. Don't get greedy with that. So that was 100% greed, and I knew that I was being greedy at the time. I was like, I can get away with this. Maybe. Right? No. No, do it the right way. Okay. So yeah, first impression, couple things. Does look like lightning damage, for the most part. So we went fire res here when we could have potentially gone all in on lightning res, got a little bit more. But I think we're still, we were face tanking many of his hits there. So we're doing pretty well on that front. He is crazy HP, because we were face tanking like crazy with the Mana Tempest active, constant Incinerate, full debuff from that, which lowers his fire resistance, and he was just eating that for breakfast. It was not making much of a difference. So that was also something that was very noticeable, although at least because we could stand there for so long, it still did eventually start to add up. And then obviously in that last phase, move to the place where it looks like it's blocking the wind, which might technically be cold damage, but mostly I think it's a matter of, positioning yourself in the right place. Does he give us the long talk this time? Not
The
quite.
Sehkemas of the Arthur. Bow before your kings.
The Medicare will not bow to me. We skin them.
Try to face tank this?
The Marrakech will pay! The era of the Faradun is now!
Further away than I
Submit.
Yeah, honestly, the mana sustain is much more of a factor now. Something I need to pay way more attention to than I did
The
before.
era of the Faradun is now! The era of the Faradun, the Marrakech will pay!
Look at this.
We will have what is ours! The Marrakech
The amount
will
of
pay
time
for my people!
that I'm spending here with this skill. Imagine if you were not able to face tank this guy for this long. It would take a pretty long time.
The Faradun is now!
Okay, where is the... This is the safe spot. And there are enemies here. Okay, that's... Okay. Is he doing something special here? That didn't look good.
For my people!
I'll be honest, I'm paying way more attention to my mana bar than I am my health bar.
We are vengeance!
Probably still don't want to stand there for that though. Grab a minute. Oh, can we still hit him during this phase? Is that possible? It is, actually. A little bit. Actually did. Is he doing his corruption form change thing? Oh, that's a little nifty. That's a little different. That is following me around. I mean, it's not really dealing enough damage to be a super concern, so I think it's mostly just a distraction, to be honest with you. Okay, maybe don't do that.
For my people, the Marrakech will pay!
He is shocking us somewhat regularly, and that is concerning me a little bit at times.
Now!
That our default attack is technically mana drain. And that actually needs to start to add up. Why did we get hit a lot? You guys want me? I was not really paying attention to this. They explode? If we had mana gain on hit or something like that, that would go a very long way right about now. Oh, is he doing? I keep on waiting for him to do something to change his form, and I think this is it. He now has a huge sword. Oh, what just happened? Totally different arena. It looks more coldish now.
Impede my enemies.
Okay. That seems like something we don't want to get hit by. Yep. Okay, he's doing those very quickly, I'm noticing. Changing between them. I'm not liking the element change. Because we loved when he was all about the lightning hit. He's definitely using other stuff now. Please don't do that. Uh-oh. He'd step away from him, which may cause him to get mad at me.
The market will pay! The era of the Faradun is now! Our gift to you!
Ooh, I was slowed there, which almost caused me to completely eat that. Oh, that's a little good. It's a little different. Okay, I might be doing new things now. And then he has a little bit lower health. Because that skill is pretty new.
Our gift to you.
It's doing a lot more. That only hits from far away. Oh, that's the barrage.
Just prepare for our paint.
Ooh, I ate that. Now I'm just trying to dodge to get energy shield back.
You will be forgotten.
Oh, I did not realize he was doing that move. Yo, that one you want to actually be right next to
the sun.
Not yet.
Delay between how quickly I can activate that.
1,000 spears.
Not 10,000, thankfully.
I will erase you.
Okay, I don't like that.
The era of the Faradun is now. Take our hate. We will blot out the sun.
He has lower health, and he is definitely doing more things now. Slash, it is more crowded and more difficult to find a safe window. Hit him with this.
We will blot out the sun.
What is that?
I will erase you. The Marrakesh will pay.
Oh, he's not paying proper attention to that. Ooh, what a nutty. god, that is... Okay.
The Faradun is now! Take our hate! Winds, to me!
Nope, don't do that. Try to top me.
You will be forgotten!
No. We know where to stand.
Endless
Do that
hate!
yet.
Oh, I was so looking forward to that ceasing to exist.
Hate! The era of the Faradun is now!
Behold his dawn.
The Marrakech will pay! Endless hate! Our gift to you!
I was about to do that.
I call the winds!
And I call you
I,
dead.
Sehkemas,
Oh, snap. That's brutal.
have accomplished nothing. Oriana will prevail, and the Faradin will rule the Vastiri!
Oh, we have to... Okay. Want to take him out for us?
This is not over. Not yet.
Shamabra!
Oh,
I
snap.
return you to the embrace of death! It is done.
Okay, then. Wow. Well, we've done it.
The war is over. I have given him an honorable death. This may prove to heal the wound between the Ferdan and the Marrakech. Return with me. I must address my people.
Right. Just nab the stuff here because we can. Overall, I mean, the amount of damage he dealt was not that high. I think probably in large part because we put a pretty high priority on stacking that lightning resistance, and if we had done even more, might have paid off even more. It seemed like it wasn't really until that second phase in this area that he started using some fire skills, potentially. And those portals that he opened up, those might have been fire damage. It seemed like those were dealing way more damage than he actually was. Fortunately, I don't really think we got hit by any of his big linear slams. Some of his sweeping maneuvers, yes, but I imagine those probably don't hit quite as hard. And then just having fairly high life and energy shield at this point probably helped as well. The big thing was just the guy has so much health. So, I mean, we were in the second phase at times. We weren't constantly hitting him, but we spent a lot of time just face tanking him, incinerate non-stop. And if it weren't for our ability to do that face tanking, I can only imagine how long it would have taken us to get rid of this guy, because he had a lot of health. Okay, so now do we just head back to the caravan? I think? Oh, as in portal. Spent an hour tonight trying to kill him. I mean, relative to the Act 1 boss, I think... Yeah, maybe it was just that it took me so long to take down the Act 1 boss that maybe I took the Act 2 boss a lot more seriously. And had a sense, wasn't 100% sure, but was somewhat confident he was going to have at least some lightning damage, which helped. Whereas, I forget, for the Act 1 boss, I forget what element I anticipated he was going to have, but it definitely wasn't cold and didn't really make much in the way of preparations anyway. Use a ramp to the northwest of the caravan's midpoint to find the hooded one. Okay. I mean, I was also just gonna take a second to
Speak up.
disenchant stuff and what have you. Well, I mean, the hooded one does identify stuff for us, so, maybe we do talk to him. This is a cool area. Is he all the way out here? Shrine of Garu Khan. Well, we heard some references to Garu Khan in that fight, I think, and we might actually know a bit about Garu Khan from PoE 1.
My worst fears have been realized. The beast is beyond our means now.
Come now, Shade. Share your truth with me.
You're right. I have not been entirely forthcoming. It is time I told you who I truly am.
Oh? Sin?
I am
Or death?
a god. I am the thief of virtue. I am sin,
It's Sin.
and I have failed once again. It was I who created the beast. The seed of corruption that now threatens to grow anew, and it is my responsibility. As it is my creation that once again threatens all of Rayclast, it is by my hand that it must be contained. All I can ask is that, knowing who I am, you still see the importance of our task. The beast has grown beyond our ability to contain it. We must search for something greater than we currently possess. Something that can drain its power and bring it back to a more manageable form. While I slumbered under the numbing effects of corruption, there was an empire that mastered the use of that deadly energy. We must go to the jungles of the long-ago Val.
The Vault.
Their
Okay.
ruins may yet hold the secrets we need. That is where we must go, to the sunken city of Utsa. It is our only hope.
The husband of Garu Khan. I don't believe it.
That is actually true. He is also the husband of Garu Khan. So, that's an interesting little twist, which doesn't mean much, perhaps, to people who have not played Path of Exile 1. But, obviously Sin in a vacuum is kind of an interesting concept, and yes, it is quite literally Sin incarnate. However, based on the Sin we may or may not have grown to know from PoE 1, maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. Besides the whole thing where he created the very thing that we are trying to destroy right now. But that is a cool twist.
What have you learned?
Okay. Ask him about Garu Khan, his wife, perhaps.
Garu Khan was the true jewel of the Vastiri, at least to me. Divine love is much like mortal love, at least from what I can remember. And we were happy for a time longer than the lives of many mortal men. The time came, however, when love was not enough. Her humanity sifted through the cracks of her life like fine sand, leaving a divine shell that held her image, but nothing of her soul. It is a trap, you see. Divinity. Faith empowers, but faith also shapes. To gather more power, a god must play the part, becoming more and more the icon their followers perceive. When does perception become reality? It's impossible to pinpoint, and that's the most sinister thing about it. You never know the moment you cross the line.
That was really well written. That dialogue. That was really well written. Wow. So Garu Khan, for a little bit of context, is a goddess, is a goddess of the wind, I think technically, was the wife of the hooded one, or Sin. And that was really interesting nuance to that, and a very interesting philosophical question as well. When does perception become reality? It's impossible to tell. And that is perhaps the most jarring thing about it. The other thing is that the fact that this is Sin they changed the voice actor from PoE 1 to PoE 2. Still sounds really great, the voice acting for this. Both the effects that they're obviously putting on it, but the performance of the actor as well. But that's...
Move swiftly.
Obviously that was a deliberate choice that they made, not using the same voice actor, one would assume, because it might otherwise mess with the reveal if you could just say, hey, I recognize that voice. Hold on a second. What are you doing here? I think maybe he didn't offer to automatically identify all of our stuff. We'll just identify ourselves.
Hello.
Although we probably didn't have to identify the stuff that we knew we were going to transmute no matter, or disenchant no matter what. If you had movement speed, you'd be good evasion boots, but you don't. What's that? Oh, it's a jeweler's orb.
Not wonder.
I haven't seen any of those before. Adds a support gem socket to a skill gem with 2 support gem sockets. Oh, okay. So although it's called a lesser jeweler's orb, it's probably closer to the effect of the fusing orbs from PoE 1. And that could be very potent. So when you use this, use it on a specific gem. It is not at all tied to your gear, unlike PoE 1. And if, say for example, we were to use it on Fireball, you can see in the top right corner there for Fireball it has 2 empty sockets. So this would add a 3rd. It's not as if by then unequipping Fireball we could reallocate that additional socket to a different gem to replace that Fireball socket. I think basically you commit to that specific gem. Is at least how I'm assuming that might work. That is a guess. Oh, and this says lesser. That might be, just a jeweler's orb and then a greater jeweler's orb. So this give 1 additional gem, 2, and then 3 additional. And that's how you get multiple additional support gems that you can allocate on a specific skill. And that's how you really scale damage long term and other effects long term. That's how you get your 6 links. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, I mean, that was the primary thing that I was hoping to get done today. Well, the trial, and then defeating the Act 2 boss. There was more leading up to him than I had anticipated.
Young one.
There is actually one smaller thing. Oh, do we... You could make the case that's better than what we're using right now. Might switch.
Do not wander.
But there's one other little thing we could do. Well, obviously we could progress. But maybe before we do that, we do one thing that we've not yet done. That is, travel to our hideout. We can use a Dreadnought hideout. And what this is our own zone. It has the dinos. It has the dinos, and we can see the entire dino. So basically, this is functionally like our own personal instance, where it functions kind of like town. At the moment, it's basically empty, although it's quite big. And we can edit it in terms of decorations, and we can see what decorations we have at our disposal. So lots of different things that you can customize it with, especially as time goes on. some of the things from Path of Exile 1, we could then move over here as well, but many of those are currently unavailable. So, not that we're looking to, you know, go crazy with our interior design right now. The dinos are all we need in that regard. But it is also a place where you can have some NPCs, like the hooded one,
Greetings.
show up. You could have identified our stuff here, I suppose. You get the stash tabs, stash box. A map device. Huh. Haven't heard about that in PoE 2 yet. Okay, so mostly this exists. And here's the salvage bench, which might move closer here for convenience sake, and the waypoint as well. But, yeah, just a place to call your own. Alright, but now Act 3 exists. And it is the sand-swept marsh where we would begin. Well, we might technically need to... Oh, okay, we need to chat with the lead lady of the caravan. Let's head over there. So maybe we'll just get to the town for Act 3. That could be a good stopping point for us.
Yes, we can take you to the edge of the desert. Then we will continue to track the beast. You must find a way to contain it. When we find out where it is being taken, we will seek you out. Until then, may the winds ever be calm on your paths.
The wind just
beast
stopped
has
for a
grown
second.
too powerful. We can no longer contain it through mortal means. There was once an empire that embraced corruption. They studied it, mastered it, and became the greatest civilization the world has ever known. But it led to their destruction. Our allies will continue the pursuit of the beast, but we shall undertake a different search. We must go to the ruins of the Val Empire, in search of a weapon against the coming cataclysm.
That was cool.
Utsal is close. Be careful. The Val heavily relied on the use of corruption. Their lands may still be dangerous.
Find the ziggurat. And it is cool to also see a way to weave the Val into the narrative as well, because they were... I don't know if it's fair to say they were on the periphery of Path of Exile 1. That's probably a little bit of a disservice to them, because they came up very often in Path of Exile 1 in various different ways, but they never were really at the forefront of the plot.
I will tell your tale, Jingak. Return someday, and you might hear Risu tell it in my place.
Oh, we can still buy and sell with you here? Okay. Did we take a look at these? Not seeing anything particularly inspiring.
I will tell your tale.
It's a mini town here, kind of. Whoa, that was weird. Mini town here, kind of like we saw at the oh my god, beginning of Act 2. I'm expecting there to be more chaos damage here.
Disgusting. Best get on with this.
Because chaos very much fall in PoE 1. That's probably chaos damage. Rotting Hulk. We will probably see new base items start to drop, if not immediately, then fairly soon. That one is new. Just again, one of those reasons why, you know, it's always the question of, do you craft stuff now, or do you wait until the next round of drops becomes available? Yeah, so chaos resistance is probably going to become more of a factor I'd imagine. That's also chaos damage, yes. Step down that.
Out of mana!
Oops. Oh, do you release more of those flies once you die? I think you do. It's like raptors from Mass Effect. Now, okay, it is also good to see just how much damage that does. Gauge what we're looking at here. As we saw in the previous act, leading up to the boss fight, the damage of the enemies just went through the roof. So, continue to see scaling like that, or might we actually get a little bit of a reprieve here? Arc definitely helps for that. Should also double check if there's anything of note we're expecting to encounter in this area. Boss-wise, special loot-wise, they come out of the swamp. It's the Dead Marshes!
They rise from the waters.
They do. Surely there's a limit, but it's true. That guy looked special. I don't know if he was a necromancer, but he had a staff, so I was at least entertaining the thought that he might have been. Both as well. Yeah, and the other thing that, I suppose is good news. Oh my god. How many hits? But even if there are a bunch of new bases that we would ideally use for our gear, which feels kind of bad when we just invested a lot in crafting some of our stuff, we've seen that, certainly, if you do a good job with your crafting, it can still be better to use older gear. Definitely still outdo the new stuff. If the new stuff does potentially have higher upside. Ooh, okay, that hurts. We have more life or energy shield at this point. It's pretty close, I think. Ow. It's just useful context for when we see that we lose all of our energy shield. Again, chaos damage does deal double damage against energy shield, so it's a little misleading if we lose all of our energy shield to the chaos damage.
Return to your grave.
As the Sansa swept march in search of the city. Oh. There are minions involved, which is one of you was aware. I think I found it.
Out of mana.
Surprised it, surprised it still let us keep the storm up? Even though it said we were out of mana? That's a little odd. imagine the bug can continuously respawn those guys. Yeah, I imagine there isn't a limit to how many times it can do that. Which does stink. Hitting you? Don't push me out of the storm. Look at this. That's rude. And also, you weren't hitting me for most of that. Oh, you have volatile crystals I'm just reading, which means you are going to go boom when we do eventually take you out. So that is important context.
Didn't break a sweat.
Yep. Do they just automatically explode directly on top of us? Ooh. Hold on. Hold on. Man, the life roll we got on our existing helmet is so good. That even though this has more energy shield, our existing one might still be better. This is not a bad helmet that we just got. No resistances, though. It does have some int and mana, which has been a little more challenging to sustain, although our existing one has some mana. Not quite as much, but I think our existing one is still a little bit better. At least more well-rounded. I do also like how this area looks totally different from any other area we've seen. There were swamp areas in PoE 1, but they still didn't look like this at all.
Need mana.
Design-wise, yeah. See the water bubbling? Tell yeah when the enemies are gonna spawn out. Okay. Cool. I think otherwise you kind of assume that they're always gonna step out of the water.
I need more time.
Didn't check what the cooldown technically is on this.
Need mana.
You guys are hard. Especially when they do that. Pass speed might also affect how quickly you can turn when you're using Incinerate. That might have been a thing in PoE 1. It was with some skills that were somewhat similar to Incinerate. I assume right is the correct direction. Oh. Well, that's encouraging. But we also haven't double-checked to see if there's any particular thing that we are looking for in this zone. Might be a decent time to do that. Oh, snap. Okay. There are 2 mini-bosses here, and a special loot-related thing. So, we actually would stand to benefit quite a bit from exploring this area thoroughly. This might be one of those things. Looks like it could be a boss arena. That's a corpse. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, this something was called a tree, right? The loot thing? Hanging tree? Yeah. Come down now. Bogfelled Slave. That's what I want to see. Bogfelled Slave of Freedom, the one that can't be slowed. I think that's what they called it for the blue packs with that mod on them. Want that oxymoron. Okay, so we found one of the special things here. Quite deliberately kind of just go everywhere. There's a fair bit of gold. Even if it doesn't, like, double back into little corners that we hadn't been to. Just to see if we can find those other notable encounters. And one of those little boss icons seems to have a little subtle circle behind it, which typically means that is a boss that you need to encounter, need to defeat in order to progress the campaign. So there's a chance that we don't have a choice for at least one of the bosses. This is a checkpoint. Oh, I'm so distracted trying to peer into the potential boss arena that I did not notice the other enemies who were approaching us. This could potentially be a boss arena. There's something there. Yup.
I fear not your corpses.
An ent. In fact, probably is an ent. Not like how some of you are attuned to chaos damage. That doesn't look good. Imagine you're gonna continue to respawn these guys. Like a little bit poly. Oh, you can explode them? Okay, well that's good to know. You also do have energy shield. We also might be you're gonna blow those up, aren't you? Potentially. Yeah, you have energy shield, but you kind of need to keep the pressure on you. It's true. It's true. I don't know how much damage those exploding skulls will deal. I'm not sure I want to know. Oh, there's our answer. Shoot back out. You just sacrifice that guy? Did you? Now you're resurrecting him. That looked like it would hurt. Well, that's quicksand of some variety. It seems like. Noticed it? Can't tell what of these things are him summoning dudes versus which ones are him charging up an actual big slam attack against the person. That, for example, seems like a thing we don't want to be next to his mom does. He is lower than half health, which means he's probably now doing some things he wasn't doing before. Potentially including that attack, but I haven't seen him do that. That doesn't look good. What else was there? Yep. Oh, he got me. Shield back. Oh, the arm's gonna hit him. Come on, hit him with an arm. Before he starts doing that. Yep. Yeah. this. There we go.
I am victorious again.
Useful. I mean, Ents in general are cool. So that has a lot to do with it. Probably still one of the more simplistic fights we had. Maybe.
No mana.
Maybe it was just that it wasn't a huge deal taking on some of, avoiding some of his skills. See, oh, that's Nafty's just a vendor. You are intriguing. Was the... Oh, we got a skill gem drop, which... Yeah, I mean... Level 9 is still good, but it's not like we're in level 10 territory yet.
My true power.
Very recently saw level 9 stuff starting to show up. So that,
Can't do that yet.
I think, must have been the optional boss. I don't think we necessarily got anything specific reward-wise from having defeated him. It does make me think that he was right in the middle as well, I think. But I'm now guessing that the one other remaining boss is going to basically be guarding the exit to this area and the entrance into town. So, in that case, we spawned in here. There is a little area over here. To the left further. Guess we'll check, just because I'm probably about to head in the exact opposite direction, so it will be hard to double back here. We don't go right now. Got you. Oh, well, it's a dead end. Okay, fair enough. So, it's either further in that direction, like up there, although I feel like that's a dead end, and you can kind of see it there. I imagine it's actually going to be up here.
Die once more.
That's a dead end. Oh. Oh, that's like the end dude. Weaker version of the end dude. Okay. Oh my goodness.
No mana.
See how many of those guys there were? And still are? Ow. How that guy did us? Come out of the water fairly late on. You know what those guys actually look like? Are the Blessings. Witcher. This area in general, even the cinematic that led into this area reminded me a fair bit of The Witcher. We're about to release those guys, and I'm not a fan.
mana!
This is also a dead end.
Need mana!
Oh. Is the light regen there? Oh no, there is a pathway here. Okay. I was gonna say. I was pretty sure at this point this was going to be the right way. I thought it was going to be straight ahead there. Here? No, I can't. Oh. Well, again, it looks like the big Ent dude, but not as big, not as powerful. It was kind of weird that might have been the first of that type of enemy we saw was the boss. So we had no preview. No sense that we might encounter that kind of enemy. Oh. That might be the first time we've seen those guys. This may very well be headed in the direction we need to go then. Might be an indicator of sorts. Go away. Yeah, definitely seeing more of these guys now. That's a flesh eater hunter. Common. Flesh stabber. Sorry. Got their name wrong. It's totally different things. Just because they stab the flesh doesn't mean they eat it. Come on. Okay. Well, it's getting more jungly as well.
Weakling!
Baskets. Okay. You are invited to dinner. Phrasing. Having an old friend for dinner, perhaps. Yep. Okay, this might just be a rare. Or this is a rare, but this might be the enemy in question, actually. Sometimes we find that to be the case. Basically, periodically unleashes ice, extra energy shield. That's annoying. Don't like the energy shield. I do like when you get frozen. I don't like when your teammate drops some chaos damage over time right on top of you while you are frozen, making it much more difficult for us to punish you. shield back. With that ball without hitting it. And there we go. That's what we want.
Die forgotten.
Uncut Spirit Gem, rank 9. Oh. Now that could be very good. And out of curiosity, know that... Well, it's an Uruk campfire, as in orcs? Oh, there's another enemy here, another rare enemy here. So we need to get this guy as well. Regenerates life, haste, more. Get frozen, bro. Come on, man. Oh, well. Okay. Come on, life as well. Remember, this guy regenerates life. Yeah. Don't damage him enough, he will heal off this damage. There we go. Oh, Exalted Orb! We'll take it.
Khan favors me.
Now do you say we finished this? No, you haven't. Actually, the one with the little circle behind it is the one that we already defeated. Let's see, is there more here? Well, there's the campfire.
Tribal savages. Cursed jungle.
Lesser Jeweler's Wall. Okay, now it's probably checking that off. I think we've now done all the big things here. Okay, now we just head out. So yeah, several things here as well. Another very big zone. On average, the zones in Path of Exile 2 are definitely bigger than the zones in Path of Exile 1. Potentially twice the size. Curious, assuming that we do find a town afterwards, I'm curious what the town is going to be like. Since, as you can see, the locals are not particularly friendly. Ooh. Yeah, that's shock. That's the effect of shock right there. Plus chaos damage that we don't have much resistance to. That was interesting timing. That we are. Oh, there we go. The ziggurat encampment. All right, let's hop in. What is this all about? Oh my goodness! Look at that art. That's pretty gruesome, but does perhaps give us a sense of what kind of establishment we are about to walk into.
Overrun by vagabonds. I disapprove.
That's a name I recognize.
What kind of stunt was that, traversing the marsh? Have to be smarter if you're to survive. As quartermaster, I'll do my best to keep you alive. I can buy what equipment you find, or sell you what others have unearthed before we ship it back to King's March. If you disappear in the jungle, I'll also be the one to note your death in our logs. You're welcome.
Nice to meet you too. But that's not the person I was alluding
cannot
to.
forever outrun death. Why let it shackle you?
You are the person whose name I recognize. And this is, I think, pretty fitting to see you pop up
Hello
here.
there. I'm Elva Valai. Sorry about Oswald. He can be a bit rough with the newcomers, but he's really not a bad sort. In any case, we can always use another pair of hands around here. Welcome.
Ooh, Alva is the one in town. It is very interesting to see the way in which they work people and places and concepts that we know from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2, and this feels very fitting.
A daring explorer after my own heart.
Not only because of Alva's background that we know from Path of Exile 1, which maybe I will not go into in case there's more plot there that has yet to be developed. Oh, she's about gambling. Okay. But also, if you think about how, as you can probably tell from certainly at least that image that we saw as we were walking into town, the Vol, the civilization that we are now trying to learn more about by going to this location, they are heavily inspired by combination of Maya and Aztec influences. Or maybe one of those more so than the other. But then it's kind of fitting to then see Alva and, perhaps some conquistadors of sorts.
I wish to know more of her.
That are exploring the area, and the comment that our character made as soon as we walked into town was, "Hey, what are you doing here? Messing around in this place that is not your home." It all just kind of makes some sense together, both directly from a Path of Exile standpoint, and also in terms of if you look back at the influences that there were that led to the creation of the Vol in this game, and how Alva and others could be found in a place where the Vol are.
Somewhere in this region there were sophisticated canals and waterways. We might be able to use them to drain this lake. We must hope that the mechanisms are still functioning, despite their age. It is the only way to reverse the drowning of this once thriving city. The first step in our search for the secret knowledge of the vow.
I was also curious to see, once we found out the Hooded One's actual identity, whether it would continue to refer to him as the Hooded One, or as Sin. Obviously, it is still the Hooded One. Oh.
Time is short. Make haste.
Oh, whoa. I did not notice this. We picked this up just because it has the socket. But do you notice something a little out of the ordinary about this bow? Because I do. That's not base physical damage. That's base chaos damage on this weapon. Thematically fitting, given how it's a cultist bow. But also, that is a huge difference mechanically. Wow. That's very interesting. That gives a lot of potential to do different types of things with your bows in that case. But we are still going to do this to it because we're more interested in that. Crafting material. Here is Oswald again. He's the armor person. This is the new next tier int base. I mean, we invested a whole lot in this, as you can see. Ours is still a lot better. Obviously, a well-rolled votive raiment would outdo this, but not at that stage yet. Ooh, 20% movement speed on an energy shield base. You do have my attention with those, though. Energy shield gloves as well. Percentage energy shield and life. Is that... That's a single mod. That's good too. It's flat energy shield. Those are both decent. Okay. We're gonna go on a bit of a shopping spree here. Ooh. Oh, but Giant is old news. Yeah, that's the type of mod I like, though. And if you don't care that much about mana, then getting the recovering life from mana can sometimes be pretty good, because it does give you a better life restoration roll in return.
Don't get eaten.
Let's... Oh, thanks. Let's see what we can do crafting-wise here. Some of these guys. So yes, we've been using the unique for our boots. Just because it's the highest possible rarity does not necessarily mean that it is going to be the best option for us long term. We get 7% better movement speed if we make this switch. We get energy shield instead of evasion rating, which is better for us generally speaking. Big thing is that health number is kind of hard to outdo, because that's a pretty hefty health roll on the boots we're currently using. So we're definitely going to regal these. Was it the energy shield roll, or was it the stun threshold that we just gained? It was the energy shield roll. That's really good. I think we're about to Exalt Slam this. Ooh, okay. Yes, absolutely. This is now the pair of boots we are going to use. No question. Would be nice to throw on an Artificer's Orb. We went the life route here. Yeah, actually, so this is 79 life once you factor both those things in together. So technically this doesn't have quite as much life, but it's pretty darn close, and it's way more energy shield. More movement speed too. So that is really nice, and I actually want to see. Before and after. It's always fun. 938. 1,118. Huge difference maker. Lose a little bit of health. Yeah, we lose like 4 health in the process. Okay. Definitely going to hold on to these for future use, because that's nice. We don't need you anymore. I think these old crafting bases are now pretty outdated. This could be an upgrade still. These are decent. It is possible to outdo them, but it's not urgent that we do so. I'm gonna try just augmenting and see what happens. That's actually kind of nice, given how quickly we are going through our mana now that we've been using the Mana Tempest. Is it worth regaling these? Honestly, might be. Might actually be. Oh, and that's not a high roll. Oops. But it is the kind of roll that we like. So we had a hybrid energy shield roll, and now we got a pure energy shield roll. Well, technically it was a tier 3 roll, so it wasn't bad. If we compare, it's the flat energy shield that is really hard to outdo, though. So our existing ones are still higher energy shield, and they have the glyph for the fire res, and they have more life. They are still better. So the only way we're outdoing them is if we Exalt Slam this too and get kind of lucky with it. And we did not. Rarity is not what we were looking for. Unless we Exalt Slam again. 10 flat energy shield. I mean, technically, yes. Technically, it is now better. It was, pretty steep price we paid to do that. I mean, it's a marginal improvement by most accounts, except that mana per enemy killed. If that is a big difference maker, then we might feel that quite a bit. I would like to throw on resistance though, because yeah, fire res is our lowest, so that is not really something we are looking to sacrifice. I think we may have taken a 10% resistance penalty upon walking in here. Did we? Thought lightning was around 60% before. Yeah, I think we did take a 10% resistance penalty. Let's go Artificer's Orb, Fire Res. That's what we need most. That's what we're losing by dumping you. Okay. So yeah, it's an improvement. It's not a huge improvement, and given how much we invested, not sure how I feel about that, but it's not bad. It's been a long time since we've replaced you, and you as well. We kind of tried to replace you earlier, but didn't have the best success. Yeah, that helmet is... At least that life roll is really hard to outdo. I don't know if it's worth trying to re-roll that as well. We might stick with what we have for the time being, because it turned into some pretty solid stuff.
You're the one who waded to the undead in the marsh, eh? Truly, you need a guide. Luck's on your side today, friend. I am such a guide. Maybe I can help you survive. Not all tribes in his region are so friendly. You would be wise to listen to me on the dangers of the jungle. Yes, you are lucky indeed.
She knows how to part fools from their coin. Clever.
Okay. You tell us about the next spot?
The jungle ruins are full of deadly creatures, you know. Quadrillas can tear a man apart in seconds, but at least you can hear them coming. The real danger? The apes that drop down from above.
Ooh.
Life is plenty here, thriving for generations. But death always comes for the careless.
Okay. Also level 34. We are 35. Okay. Anything else we want to check out? Oh.
Sybil Launcelot. They survived, too. Died of old age shortly after arriving. Rather traumatizing, that one. I was telling her one of my best stories when the ancient bat simply keeled over.
His story was so boring that they died. That tells you quite a bit about Oswald. Okay. Anything else here? We go down below. Oh, sort of. So the area is flooded, and apparently we need to unflood it to proceed. That looks fantastic. The water. They have sort of like two layers to it. You can see below a little bit, and that remains stationary, but then you have the top layer that is moving along. That looks really good. They did a really good job with that. My one critique for it... Wait, before I say it, let me just see if that's true. Yeah, my one critique would be just making the lily pads move slightly. If they did that, it would be chef's kiss. It's already really good, though. That is not easy to make that look... Wait, what? Maybe once we lower the water level, we can go all Aquaman mode. But, as of right now, we cannot do what we just saw that person do. That was a little alarming. Oh, and that's... Oh, that's not the waypoint. Technically, we probably already have it just from walking in here, but... that exists. Wait. You know what this looks like? This looks like a pier. A pier that one might use for a recreational activity, the likes of which could also be done professionally to potentially either buy something or acquire something that could be sold as a commodity in a market, or used to sustain one's family. A very thing that was perhaps the single rarest activity in Path of Exile 1. The likes of which only Krilson would know about. Fishing? Alright, well, this area looks fantastic. I'm excited to explore it more, but I do think this is a natural stopping point for us, what with us having completed Act 2. As I said, it took longer than I expected because it was larger than I expected it to be. But we did get all that stuff done. We ascended as well. And now, lots of new stuff for us to check out in Act 3. For what it's worth, I think that at the moment, in early access, there are only 3 acts that have been completed, and then as time goes on, the game gets closer to the full release, we will see additional acts added. So this may be the last new zone for us, but I'm looking forward to it.